All right, I'd like to call the meeting to order. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance.
The United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Microphone check.
Looks good.
Joe, did you have something?
Mic check looks good.
Okay. Roll call of PC members. Stratton. Here. Merchant. Here. Felton and here. Trumbull.
Here.
German.
Here.
Rebant.
Here.
Milnick.
Here.
All right. Set or adjust the meeting agenda. I would like to strike item 12E, joint meeting dates. I will cover that in my chair report. That is item 12E. Does anybody have anything else? Any other corrections or anything? No? I have a motion to approve the agenda with the amendment to strike item 12E.
I'll make that motion, Melnick.
Second?
Second, Merchant.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Declaration of conflict of interest pertinent to agenda items. Anybody have anything to say? No? Okay. Public comment in-house. Any person shall be permitted to address a meeting of the PC. Public comments shall be carried out in accordance with the following rules and procedures. There are 2 opportunities for public comment, now and at the end of the meeting. Comments shall be directed to the PC with questions directed to the chair. Any person with... Is everything okay?
Andy Armott can't get in on that. I'm like,
We'll get it.
Oh, okay. I probably forgot to send him the new one. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Any person wishing to address the PC shall speak from the lectern and state his or her name and address. Persons may address the PC on matters that are relevant to township planning and zoning issues. No person shall be allowed to speak more than once on the same matter, excluding the time needed to answer a PC member's questions. Public comment shall be limited to 3 minutes per person. In order to avoid unscheduled debates, the PC generally will not comment or respond to public comment. Silence or non-response from the PC should not be interpreted as disinterest. Is there anybody from the public who would like to speak?
This is not related to the public hearing.
This is not related to the hearing. Did you want to speak?
Regarding I have a question regarding the rezoning. Is that on the agenda tonight?
There's no rezoning on the agenda.
There's a zoning amendment.
6, corridor overlay plan.
If you wish to speak, approach the podium, please. Thanks.
Hi, my name's Tim Letterer. I'm representative for property owner 8434 M72. My question is a decision going to be made tonight regarding the development zoning district with new overlay district?
That will be part of the public hearing and there will be discussion on it. There won't necessarily be a vote.
Okay,
And it's an overlay district. It's not considered a
so it's
rezone, I
not,
believe.
a decision is not going to be made tonight?
Not necessarily. That's something we have to wait and see.
Okay, because it also states that the property owners would be contacted. Were the property owners contacted? That's a yes or a no.
Actually, I
No,
don't
there were
know.
no property owners contacted.
We have not been.
Right.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Mr. Tim, could you please fill out that gold card so that I get the proper
Sure.
spelling of your name? Thank
Yeah, no
you
problem.
so much.
Hi, John Fitzgerald, 8649 Church Street, right around the corner. I've spoken here before. I'm a owner occupied short-term rental. Um, Again, just on Church Street. A comment about what was said at the last planning committee meeting. The gentleman from Epic MRA talked about how you're doing a telephone survey to avoid self-selection bias. Well, he also said during that meeting that you're going to have to contact 5 to 10 people to get one valid response. So that's the very definition of self-selection bias. If you have to contact 5 to 10 people and 4 to 9 of them say no to get one person to say yes, that person is self-selecting themselves to fill out that survey. So if the whole purpose of this is to avoid self-selection bias, I'm sorry, the process of going through a telephone survey is not the way to do it. I think you'd be much better off taking the survey, doing a survey of online of all the residents, making it widely available, and getting as many respondents as possible. I think that's going to give you the best response. So anyway, just wanted to share my 2 cents.
Can you fill out the slip for Kay, please?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Mike Jacobson, the Skigmont Point Road. I sat on the planning commission for quite a long time. I sat in this room many, many nights through a lot of meetings, a lot more than pretty much everybody I can see in this room has. I'm very disappointed in the leadership of this PC for many reasons. Like tonight, having a public hearing on so many issues at one time is a poor way to conduct business and sincerely take the public's opinions seriously. Like the way it appears time after time, it looks like they are trying to push things through with little or no notice to the citizens. Like the way they seem to discourage input from the public. For example, the way they've handled the short-term rental issue, not allowing public comment at the subcommittee meeting and limiting time that people can comment at the PC meeting. Like I said, I sat in this room for a long time and we practically begged the community to come and give us input. The fact that you make the public feel like you don't value their input is disgraceful. We sat in this room meeting after meeting after meeting. There'd be nobody in the audience, no public input. And I don't care if it was public input against the way I feel about an issue or the way I feel for an issue. The public has the right and the duty, in my opinion, to step forward and say what they think. And I don't think that the leadership of this organization should like discourage that. That's horrible, in my opinion. And like it seems to me that the leadership of this PC is more interested in pushing their own opinions and agenda. And like how so many of these meetings, and not just during this administration's tenure, but even the last group, the PC, these meetings run way, way, way too long. That's a clear indication you're biting off more than you should at each meeting. The meeting should be kept closer to the 2-hour mark so that you don't wear the audience out and you don't wear yourself out. You get a lot better discussion when the meeting is kept to a reasonable time period. I appreciate the opportunity to speak my opinion. I appreciate all your time and effort. I wish you would do a better job.
Anyone else?
Kim Angus, I don't know how you're going to handle the public hearings tonight. So I wanted to make a couple of general comments before we get to that.
And Mike pretty much nailed it on the head. This is way, way, way too much volume to be throwing at the public. I know you've had other meetings on it. I know you've discussed it. I know this has all been in the works, but this is too much material to be throwing out at the same time. 60 pages just on public hearing right now. That makes, regardless of what's in those 60 pages, it makes the public feel like you're having stuff crammed down your throat. Here's all of it. We're going to make sure it's a document dump. There's just more than you could possibly process through. Additionally, there was nothing put out that highlights the changes. I know it's a hassle. I know it's a pain in the derriere. I know it takes more time, but at least letting the public know what's changed. I know our ordinance well enough, even after the recodification. I know it well enough to read through most of the time and recognize, okay, that's new. That's been there. But that is an extremely rare thing. The general public just wants to know what's changed. How's this going to affect me? How's this going to affect the community? It really goes to credibility and trust. And I think it would, aside from taking comment off of Zoom, it would be very helpful for the community in general. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, then we will move on to the public hearing. This is zoning ordinance amendment 2026-03. And I'm opening the public hearing at 7:12 p.m. If you are going to speak during the public hearing, please be sure to fill out the sheet. It's a different sheet than the one you just filled out.
Yes, and we need an actual motion to open it, Reen.
Okay.
Thanks.
Can I have a motion to open the public hearing?
I make a motion, Merchant, to open public hearing.
Second?
Pelton is second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. So,
7:12 p.m.
right. The purpose of the public hearing. Oh, I'm sorry, the date of public hearing notice was April 18th in the Traverse City Eagle. And the purpose of the hearing is the Giffords-Webster Bundle Number 1. We're open to receiving public comments on proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance. Amendments would have the following effects: repeal and replacement of Article 7, planned unit development for the purpose of master plan alignment, procedural updates, density allowances, and other minor changes pertaining to clarity and readability. Amendments to Article 8, condominium development regulations to provide for a residential cluster development option to encourage open space preservation, update requirements including those for landscaping, and for other minor changes pertaining to clarity and readability. Amendments to Article 12, site plan review to improve the process, clarify approval validity details, and for other minor changes pertaining to clarity and readability. Amendments to Article 13, special land uses to delete redundant language, clarify approval validity details, and for other minor changes pertaining to formatting, clarity, and readability. Amendments to Article 19, administration to provide clarification on the land use permit process and for other minor changes pertaining to clarity and readability. And amendments to Article 2, definitions to accompany the preceding amendments above. Would the oh, you're right there. Would the zoning administrator like to give a brief introductory presentation?
Oh, good. Andy's ready to go, I think.
Okay.
I think he's able to hop on and this might be a long meeting, so let's just keep it moving.
And Andy, you can unmute now if you want.
Great, thank you. Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Joe, can you turn it up a little bit?
Oh, I can't get him from here, but if you could move a little closer to your computer there, Andy.
Okay, I'll try to
There
speak
you
loudly.
go.
Good evening, everybody. I'm happy to start with, would you like me to just quickly go over each of the four bundles, real quick, where we left off last meeting?
Could you
And,
s-
just the key changes from the April meeting, is that what you're looking for?
Yes, and Andy,
Great.
would you introduce yourself, please?
Yep, I'm Andy Amont with Giffords Webster, the consultant helping the township with these amendments. So, in terms of the planned unit development amendment, we made one key change from the April meeting. It was to correct a code reference. In section 7.06C, we were just correcting a code reference that was wrong. That was to link. I'm trying to find it right here. It was to link the net acreage calculation for conservation means, in terms of calculating residential density based on a net acreage. So that was the one change that we made from that meeting. Otherwise, you've seen this language in the previous, I think, 4 or 5 meetings, and it's kind of progressed in a collaborative spirit, with you planning commissioners sense. So we've hopefully provided language that has fit your key concerns, and key goals based on your master plan as well, because we wanted to figure out a way to make sure PUDs are, are something that you're going to get something out of in terms of a community benefit, in terms of a development that meets your master plan, that preserves space, while, giving modifications if those modifications are going to result in those community benefits and a higher quality development. Do you want me, Planning Commission, to then go into the other 3 bundles as well and give a brief introduction?
No,
Okay, one bundle at a time?
Yeah.
Great.
the bundle, that's the subject of the hearing here.
Yep. And in the memo, we covered the brief, kind of the progression from the other meetings and what had changed since. And this is a repeal and replacement, so the entire PUD ordinance as it exists would be repealed and replaced with this. So that whole Article 7 would be repealed and replaced with this language.
May I make some comments now? Are you open for comment on the PUD section memo and amendment?
You haven't had public comment.
Oh, public,
So-
sorry.
So I think you're just introducing the subject to us to,
Go through each one.
so we go, is that what you would prefer, to go through each one?
I think so.
That makes sense to me, but
Okay.
so ask for public comments on the
Yeah.
PUD.
So that was an introduction to the first piece of the bundle, which is the PUD section. Is there any public comment on this section?
That's on PUD?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you like to come up?
Sorry. I didn't know if it was about the section. Okay, just referring to PUD. There's a lot of material here. Okay, starting on page 8, 7.02, conventional developments. You highlight that we should discourage this type of development, conventional developments, and we should only encourage PUDs. I don't think that it is a position of the township, nor should we be taking the type of stance to try to discourage regular development in favor of another type of development. I find this statement offensive, and I would like you to reconsider it. For 7.04, qualifying criteria, B6, pedestrian oriented designs and buildings oriented to the sidewalk and parking to the side or rear of the site. I personally do not like this type of development. It is not in character with our township. It is not in character with our existing development. And I don't think it is one of our more appropriate standards you have in this section. Page 12 through 13, E, B. You have commercial commencement and completion of construction on a PUD. Construction shall be commenced with 1 year following the final approval. Having a development with no indication of what size of development this is, mandatory that you are completed in your entire development in 1 year is not a reasonable timeline. It can easily take a year just to get in your dirt work, your processing, your roads, your utilities, even without ever breaking ground on a single building. That timeline needs to be extended. Page 13, 7.06, use yard density and lot arrangement standards. You are referring to the subdivision control ordinance approval process. Now, this is something that I understand your planner has only been given a certain scope of practice. I am guessing, with the possible exception of Randy, I'm probably the only person in this room that has read our subdivision control ordinance. It's not in good shape. It's ridiculous. You are referring to something that needs to be corrected before it's referred. I understand one relates to the other, but more work needs to be done than for this to be ready to go through like that. Additionally, you have let me see if I can give you a reference. The individual lots for subdivisions. You have it requires 20,000 square feet with 100 feet of road frontage with no municipal upgrades. With one, it's 12,000 square feet with 80 feet of frontage, and with water and sewer, it's 8,000 square feet and 50 feet of frontage. There is no reference in this section as to what district that is in. Is that a minimum standard regardless of district? You're kind of out there. If that rule is applying to the ag district, that might not really be an appropriate standard when our current standard is 40,000 square feet. Additionally, when you get down to number 5, larger lots or units may be required for multifamily dwellings. What's larger? I think you need to be a little bit more specific here. Page 14, 7.07, minimum reserve open space. In a planned unit development shall preserve at least 50% of the parcel as open space. This has been, I know this is an existing standard. It is also why we don't have any PUDs in our township. This is a ludicrous standard. I know your consultant recommended 15. That is far more reasonable. That one line in there is ensuring that this section of the ordinance of PUDs, which the first paragraph says we want to encourage, is completely impractical and will never be used. That needs to be brought down to a reasonable percentage. No developer in their right mind would ever agree to 50% of unusable parcel. You also have 80% in the RC district. Again, why would anybody on 5-acre lot minimums ever go to a PUD? It wouldn't happen. So if your intention is to make sure that this is never used, that's the way this, especially 7.07, is written. Additionally, you have all standards in section 8.05C.2.D. Took me a while to figure what in the world that was referring to. It's referring to another amendment you have later in this proposed packet. That section, I finally derived, is actually your clustered development standards. Why are we applying our clustered development standards to our non-clustered development in a PUD? Cluster development standards have a different purpose. You're trying to consolidate all in one area and have more open space. You can't have the maximum open space in both areas. And then additionally, in that section, it eliminates everything. You would take a 40-acre parcel and end up with about 12 acres of usable space. That is not practical. That is making sure that this can never be used, either clustered or not clustered. Page 17, the has what looks like it is intended to be an amendment to the subdivision control ordinance. Section 6.3, nothing in the packet said it said subdivision ordinance, but I didn't know what it was referring to. In addition, if you're going through and as you move forward with this, that was not noticed. So if, number one, the PC doesn't change general ordinances, but if you are trying to correct some things in that in companion with this, it was not noticed in the paper. Thus, it would not be legal unless you go back and fix that. And I will reserve the rest of my comments for other sections. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? We're only talking about the PUD part.
Mike Jacobson, Skidmore Point Road. I have to say, I agree with everything Kim just said. Kim's concerns and questions are very common sense. This is a great example of what I'm talking about when I say too many issues in one public hearing. Going through the whole section for the public helps them grasp what you are really talking about and gives them the opportunity to make realistic comments that actually concern themselves. There's probably people sitting in this audience or watching on the YouTube thing that don't really grasp what's going on. It's because they haven't had ample time to look it all over, and I don't think you're doing a good enough job of explaining it to them.
Anyone else? Do we have to vote to close the public comment then on each one?
I would just move on to the next topic if there's no other.
Yeah.
We saw one hearing, so I think we're just trying to.
Oh, no, I have to wait my turn.
What's that?
I wait for our discussion.
Okay, so we'll move on to the condominium development regulations. Andy?
Great. So for the condominium development regulations, we did not make any changes since that April meeting. So what you're seeing is the exact same text you saw then. Uh, and I wasn't at that meeting, but from the comments I received from your meeting, I did not see any comments pertaining to this part, to this bundle. So I can just quickly scroll through and go over a couple of key points. Uh, um, this was not a repeal and replace of the whole article, but rather sections within the article. So it was repeal and replace 8.02 applicability, 8.04 general requirements, 8.05 standards and design for site condominium developments. And that's the meat of the ordinance. That's where we go into clustering. Clustering is the encouragement of preserving natural space by allowing lots to be a little bit smaller than they conventionally would be able to build under the zoning ordinance. So we go over a lot of requirements there that the Planning Commission took a lot of care in crafting over the last 5 meetings. And then there's the open space requirements, which pertain to open space that needs to be permanently conserved because of conservation value. What kind of lands can't be counted in conserved open space. It goes over things like that. Um, that again, that's most of it because we didn't have any changes from last meeting. I do want to just make the little tie. There's a little bit of a tie between the PUD ordinance as drafted and this clustering ordinance as the public speaker made a good comment on really what that means. It's kind of confusing Why are we tying one to the other? It's mostly for the purpose of making sure that the open space of a PUD in getting the benefits of a PUD, that they are following kind of the formal way of conserving space, which is pretty thoroughly laid out in that cluster development section. So we're just trying to make sure that the PUD open space uh, preservation technique is done thoroughly and I guess properly. So that's really why we're tying those two together. I think that's it for a summary. I'm happy to answer any questions. I guess after the public hearing, happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Would anybody in the audience like to comment on the bundle on condominium development regulations?
Yeah, you know, I've got something on all of them. Okay, on the condominium development standards, page 22, 8.05, standards for designs and site condom developments. B-14A and B, your tree requirements overall are excessive. Having some requirements is one thing, around the entire perimeter property, I think is excessive. Page 23, residential cluster options. Again, your restrictions on what land does and doesn't count is really a problem here. You are, that would be under B. The net parcel area is remaining area after the acreage of all the following have been deducted from a gross parcel acreage. All preserved open space. Okay. So we're not counting open space for the density calculation overall for that property. All areas with overhead utility easements. You got a big problem here. In Whitewater Township, I have property that the overhead utility easement is the entirety of the entire parcel. That is a very, very common thing in Whitewater Township. Most of the original electrical easements were placed on the entire property, not just a swath 20 feet around the property. So strict interpretation of this would make all of those parcels rendered zero. You have all proposed stormwater management ponds, okay? And then 15% of the gross parcel acreage for the purposes of public or private streets and right-of-ways. You have, as I said previously, just taken your 40-acre parcel down to 12 acres, and now you're supposed to put into conservation 6 more of those acres. So you're ending up with 6 lots on a 40-acre parcel. If your purpose here is to allow clustered development, you have these standards right here genuinely put a 40-acre parcel at the point where you would be better served to go with a standard meets and bounds development with a form of development with no planning commission or township review whatsoever. So this is not, I don't believe that this ordinance as currently written is getting you where you want to go, where you're reviewing it, you're having some open space. 40-acre parcel, you end up with about 6 acres of usable land. That doesn't work. Let me see. And definitions 2, I don't know if that's still in condo. Yes, environmentally sensitive areas, I believe is still under this section. You have a definition proposed for environmentally sensitive areas, and under D, it says water bodies or water courses. There's a problem with this definition in that we have no definition of water bodies or water courses. Is that a creek? Is that a stream? Is that the wet spot that goes across Whitney Road over here? Seasonally, is that 2 feet? Is that 4 feet? Is that 8 feet? Typically, a zoning ordinance will delineate what is actually calculated as a water body or as a stream or creek, or it'll say not creeks, but streams, and then define both. You need a couple other definitions before you put this definition in. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mike Jacobson again. Again, I think Kim's comments and concerns and questions are very common sense. I don't mean anything against our planner, but it seems to me like our developers should be more in on helping to design this ordinance, not somebody from outside of our community. I could be wrong, but I think there's only one developer on this whole planning commission. Um, Other developers in the community should be a part of this process. These people understand what all this stuff means better than the general public does, and or somebody who is not from our community. Thank you.
Anyone else? No? Okay. All right, we will move on to development process memo and text amendment. Andy?
Yep, one moment, let me get to that on my queue here. Okay. Um, so yeah, the biggest thing we changed from last meeting, the April 1st meeting, was the we we wanted to add that trash enclosure shall be built on concrete slabs. So that was the biggest thing from that meeting that we had changed. That was a note and a desire uh, from the planning commission from that April meeting. So in terms of this bundle, the development process, we go through site plan review. First of all, we did have the definitions in there, and that was that environmentally sensitive area definition. Um, I do understand the public comment on perhaps we do need to be clear about what is a water body or water course. It was my intention that water courses would include creeks, streams, rivers, but probably not a wetland. Wetlands are actually regulated above in the B of that definition. Um, but I get that I do understand perhaps we need to define that too to be clear. Um, the site plan review ordinance will be not repealed and replaced in the full article form, but in particular sections as well. So it'd be that 12.02 for when site plans are required, 12.03 for the requirements and procedures. Um, One thing we did there is we required a preliminary fire department review, as well as requiring I believe we also required a post-planning commission, but prior to development fire department review as well. I'm trying to remember if that was added, but we clarified, yeah, we did do that under the final decision. So that means fire department will be involved on the front end as well as the back end, which is nice for safety purposes. Um, and we cleaned some things up in terms of requirements. Then 12.04 standards for decisions, we repealed and replaced that with a new section there. And when I say repeal and replace, we do keep some of the standards. It was just sometimes it's easier to write the amendment when you're not picking apart everything and you're able to repeal and replace and provide fresh language. 12.06, we provided new language there for modifications to approved site plans. 12.07, site plan approval validity, we made some key changes here in terms of if substantial construction, which we defined as well, does not take place, then the site plan expires within 1 year, and we allowed a expiration or an extension of a approved site plan as well, where planning commission can grant a 1 year extension, essentially giving somebody 2 years to commence construction. We then clarify that construction shall be carried out in a diligent manner, and if construction pauses once it's initiated for a period of 3 or more years, then the site plan approval shall expire, and any other construction involved shall require a new application. 12.10 zoning administrative approval. We didn't do much there. I think the one thing we did was we allowed the threshold of accessory uses in buildings to be a little bit larger, allowing the zoning administrator to review a little bit more. That means the zoning administrator can review an accessory structure of up to 1,200 square feet, which is a very reasonable provision in zoning ordinances around the state. That's a garage, that's a garage that stores a couple vehicles, not anything incredibly substantial. 12.12 plot plans in lieu of a site plan, we provided a new section there and when I say new, again, we provided a repeal and replaced revised section. And then 12.13, that's a totally new section that we're providing. That's tying the approved site plan to a land use permit, requiring that even though you've gone through the site plan process, you are still required to provide the land use permit because that's the key check in the county's building permit process. Special land uses, we didn't change much here other than we deleted a little bit of redundant language. There was a few places where language was provided twice throughout the ordinance. Um, there we um one thing we also did was clarify the duration and tied that back to the site plan validity timeframe requirements as well. And we did a lot of formatting here actually. There was a lot of formatting in the existing ordinance that was in the form of like bulleted lists. And I think even that there was just symbols as bullets, and we want to make sure that we have a lettered or numbered list for every provision, so that it's clear what provision needs to be cited at times. So that's why a lot of that is there. It was solely there for formatting purposes. That's what most of the special land use section changes pertain to. Then for Article 19 administration, we provided a couple small revisions for the land use permits again. We um, kind of define what a land use permit is, and then make a couple clarifications in the land use permit review process and inspections, denial, and fees. Which when we talk about fees in the ordinance, we want to make sure we are probably mostly just citing the township board's establishment of a fee schedule rather than putting a fee in an ordinance that might not be amended for a number of years, and you might not be collecting the adequate fees. I think that's most of it in terms of trying to be concise, but a little bit of a presentation. And again, the memo covers the changes over the 5 meetings we held on this.
Any comments on the development process memo?
Yes.
I'm counting on you.
One of the things I was reading was this transfer of special use permit, and it may be that we've always had this or whatever. But one of the things it seems to say about it, in my understanding, is that, say I get a,
Section,
it's section 13, 14, possibly. 12, 13, 13.
Transfer of special use permit,
13, 14.
13, 14.
13.14.
I don't know how to read these things. I'm admittedly unknowledgeable in that regard, but I do work with this stuff all the time. And if somebody, say somebody, well, for instance, we were gonna buy a resort. And when we went to buy the resort, the people wanted to sell it to us, everything's great. We're all excited, we're working on all these details, and then come to find out, it's sort of like this one, which I think is wrong. We couldn't buy the resort because they weren't going to give us that special use permit any longer, even though it had been a resort for 100 years. The township wasn't going to let it continue to be a resort if they had their choice. The special use, I think, should stay with the property rather than the owner of the property, to protect that kind of thing. But I guess it does give you guys power to stop something that you don't like anymore. I suppose that might be the reason to have it. But the way it's written, it stays with the successors or the property owners until it switches hands, and then they have to come to you guys and ask you permission to keep doing something that it always has been. And I mean, that might be good, might be bad, and maybe you guys understand that better than me, but it just seems wrong. And I have run into that where it was sort of a strange issue. Like, they could just take this away from us anytime. So I'm not going to invest and do this thing because, it's no longer, it's not like I'm buying this place as a hotel and it stays a hotel necessarily. They could take that away from me at a whim. So that's not, just the only thing I noticed on a quick read. So thanks, guys.
Kim Angus. I guess I want to clarify one thing right off the bat. I sometimes I forget, most of you know who I am and know that I've sat in your seat a lot longer than you have. I spent 15 years on the planning commission, about half of which I was the chair. So all of these notes are not because I'm trying to be picky or condescending or in any way critical. It's really just that I've spent 15 years working on this ordinance. And so I know from memory, areas, hey, we got to get back to that one. We need to fix this one. That one's bad. I have a different running knowledge of issues within our ordinance. And as you're going through it, I want to make sure that you're hitting some of those things that have been a problem, continue to be a problem, or still need clarification. So that said, you're going to hear me say something on this that you rarely will hear me say. You did a great job with it, but you didn't go far enough. This has historically been a section that has been the more complicated. When we have a planner, we'll address this. We don't have a planner yet, so we're going to work on other things section. It is bundled together, and I believe your planner's notes also highlight that this should be divided into at least 2, if not 3 separate articles. You should be addressing your plot plans and special use permits separately, and they shouldn't be all bundled together. The notation was, hey, maybe we can come back and divide it later. I really think that the township and this planning commission would be better served with dividing it now, separating it for clarity, because even
It is
as well as,
divided.
what was that?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it is divided because you keep going on with this, but it is, chapter Article 13 is divided.
Okay. My read of it was not picking up that you were handling plot plans and site plan reviews separate from special use permits and dividing it into separate articles. Is that what they're doing?
Article 13 is a separate article now,
Okay.
and it
Right.
was when we did the codification 2 years ago.
Okay. So I will go through my notes on what you have in front of you. All right, site plan review. In an initial read of this, your definition under A indicates that it would require any accessory building. Now, I understand later you get down to plot plans instead of site plan review. But because you have presented first in this location that any structure requires a site plan review, it's confusing then when you get down to plot plans. Oh, no, you don't need all of these requirements because down here it's been exempted. You would be better served if those were reversed. Land changes, it says for any earth moving. This section seems to apply to driveways, grading, residential gardens, landscaping. You really need an acreage limitation on that. Typically, you're allowed to do earth changes up to 1 acre without doing permitting or going through the permitting process. That would make sense for that to also apply to site plan review. Plot plans, let's see. All right. And page 38, 13.13, minor amendments that are granted by the zoning administrator should be provided in writing, and that should be required in the ordinance. It has happened far too many times, but the zoning administrator gave us permission to alter X, Y, and Z. That needs to be recorded in the zoning office as well as a written copy presented to whatever project it happens to be. Construction code permits, the next section, that paragraph for me does not make any sense. I don't know what you're getting at. So my only comment is that didn't make sense. Okay, 13.17A under bed and breakfasts. You have any bed and breakfast must be owner occupied at all times. This needs to be owner or manager occupied at all times. Very few, you are setting up a restriction that the owner has to be home always. And you have to allow, or it would be wise to also allow a manager that could be operating the bed and breakfast for the owner. That's under E. G, you have a limitation to only 3 rooms. That's overly restrictive. You have a limitation to 8 guests. That is also overly restricted. That can just be one family. I, also too restrictive. L is requiring blueprints. That's too much. That could be a very expensive endeavor. This is a house. Under N, 7 days restriction. You have a 7-day restriction that no one can stay at a bed and breakfast for more than 7 days. That's ridiculous. That serves no public purpose whatsoever. That also makes it so that individuals like the horse show, staff at the horse show, they're often here for 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 12 weeks. There's no reason we need to restrict how long someone can stay at a bed and breakfast. They can move in permanently. Under page 48, 13.17 D3, this is under cabins and campgrounds, commercial campgrounds. Sorry, I'm jumping around. You have under D3, you have permanent cabins, and then it goes nowhere. I'm guessing it's a typo because it doesn't say what about permanent cabins. They're allowed, they're not allowed, there must be such and such a size. It's just left you out there hanging. Page 50, I don't know if we're doing also 19.06. So is this also covering Article 19? Okay. Under 19.06, land use permits, F2, you have a standard that the land use permit expires if not occupied in 1 year. That is overly restrictive. There's absolutely no reason, it serves no harm whatsoever for someone to spend more than 1 year building a house. As someone who has built my own house, and by built, I do not mean made a phone call to someone. I mean built. Drove the nails, poured the concrete. If someone wants to build their own home, they should not be restricted based on our township standards. Construction code already has guidelines for that. You have to renew your permit yearly. You might have to renew your land use permit yearly. But saying that you have to be occupying the home in 1 year, most residential contractors right now are not getting you in your house in 1 year.
It does
Thank you.
actually say 2 years.
2 years, sorry, still,
Too restrictive.
sorry, I didn't put 2 years on my notes. It's not enough. Especially if you're expanded. This should cover any scenario possible. So there's no what you do if you don't have it done. My father-in-law, when he was building his house, he ended up being treated for cancer in the middle of the build. That put a delay. You don't even have some mechanism by which someone can come back and get an extension. So there should be an automatic extension where they can come back and say, hey, I'm still working on it. I have not abandoned the project. I'm still actively involved. They have to do the same thing with construction code. Believe me, they will hound you nice and ready on a regular basis. But thank you.
Anyone else?
Me again. Um, I'd like to back up both what Randy and Kim said. It's very common sense comments that they're making. I'm not a developer, but I've worked in the construction business for a great part of my life, a long time. Not only, I mean, there's a lot of obstacles in our ways today to build a house. Materials aren't always readily available. Getting the labor there to do it, especially like in Kim's example, if you're doing it yourself, a lot of us still have our own job. We have to go through 40 hours a week and then come home and try to build a structure like that. I mean, there's a lot of obstacles, not to mention heart attacks and cancer and family emergencies and all the things that life throws at a person. So that's a very good example of what she's talking about. And I would like to comment that I'm a little bit confused. I'm not sure why we're having a public hearing on all this stuff. It seems to me like the planning commission hasn't even really gone through and discussed these changes that our planner is bringing to us right now. It seems like the planning commission should have had a discussion amongst themselves at open meeting. This would help them to be clear and understand what what the changes that were made. I mean, it just seems to me like there's been changes made and I'm not sure that unless I missed a meeting, there's changes made and the planning commission hasn't even talked among themselves about these changes. So how do they know that they agree with them? And then on top of that, when you guys have a discussion and make sure that you guys understand it and everybody in the group understands it, that helps the audience to understand it. Because we don't all understand all this stuff. I don't care if I've worked in the construction business for a big part of my life. I don't understand all this. I mean, none of us are wizards at this stuff. Thank you for your time.
Andy, can you talk about the COPUD section?
Yep, I can quickly touch on that. So the COPUD section is actually kind of what we're going to rename a corridor overlay. M72 corridor overlay district.
Can you explain what an overlay is?
Yep. So an overlay is a district where you can you it's additional zoning language that oftentimes, and in this instance as well, pertains to design standards or a special kind of treatment that you wish to give the district. A lot of times in overlays, and in this case, the permitted uses still are still maintained in the from the underlying district, so those uses still apply, but perhaps there's additional landscaping or additional building standards or design standards that apply to perhaps the site design. And that's kind of the way that we are approaching this corridor overlay, that if the underlying zoning is, if there's a C1 commercial district and the property is currently zoned that, it'll remain C1 in terms of the permissible uses. But site design standards that the overlay district sets based on this ordinance apply. Those apply over any kind of district regulations that the C1 district has. I do want to be clear though that upon speaking with the township about this, not the planning commission, I was not at the April meeting, but upon speaking with the township, we recommend it's best practice that the township take some time with this M72 overlay portion of this bundle, in that perhaps they don't move forward with a final decision yet until there's at least been some outreach and some engagement with the property owners that will be that this overlay will pertain to. So all those properties on M72 that the new M72, not old M72, that's regulated by different zoning districts. But the new M72, all of the properties that front that from the township's western boundary to Cook Road is where this will apply. There are a couple currently zoned COPUD properties. There's 4 of them. And we made those clear in the memo. Um, those will need to take an underlying zoning district zoning as part of this process. So those will actually need to be rezoned. So it's likely it would be logical that they're rezoned to the property that they are currently kind of surrounded by or extended by. So perhaps the one at M72 in Williamsburg might be rezoned to N1, the industrial, and then those other 3 that that are more on the eastern side of the M72 corridor overlay that are surrounded by C1 commercial properties, those perhaps be rezoned to C1. And that's for the underlying purpose. The overlay would apply for site development projects, site plans, new parking lots, new buildings, new access management drives, and things like that. I think that covers most of it. There were no changes from the language since that April 1st meeting. There was the deep discussion on standards. Are we going too far? Are we over-regulating? I think that was kind of the approach. Was it seemed like each meeting from that October 1st meeting, I think we kind of took something off of it to make it simpler, so it wasn't so advanced and it wasn't so overly burdensome or overly zealous in terms of design requirements, landscaping requirements, things like that. Sidewalk requirement we removed at that March meeting as well. That was one idea that we had early that you all took the time to come to agreement that that's probably excessive at this point. While there are not networks, perhaps at a later date when the township can get a network or at least have a starting point, maybe that's something you visit. But for now, let's take that out. So those are some of those changes we saw over time over the past 5 meetings.
Any public comment? This would be on the COPUD.
Letter again. This young man mentioned our property, corner of M72 and Williamsburg Road. Quite frankly, what we would ask is the common courtesy to be contacted and say, hey, we're thinking about rezoning. Primarily, that's it. Just a common courtesy. Give us a call. Thank you.
Hi, Jim Maitland. I own the property from Cook Road down to Ginnups and on the other side, from Bloomhead Road down to Ginnups and Cook Road down to the gas station. I was here just a couple of meetings ago, and you approved what I asked for, which was to include some additional land because of the 500-foot setback. And I appreciate that. one of my questions did you take care of that? You were talking about taking care of that in this upcoming zoning. Was that addressed as far as including all the property line, even if it's in commercial, even if it's back further than 500 feet, which is quite a few of the properties?
Do you mean beyond your property?
Yeah, no, yeah, beyond the whole area.
No, we haven't done that yet.
Okay, you discussed it. But I do agree with your planner and this gentleman who was just here. Most of the property owners, I would say, don't live in Whitewater Township. They're commercial properties. I think you should have made and can still make an effort to contact them directly, have a hearing just for that, tell them what you're doing. It's a major change in landscaping and some other things. I haven't had a chance to read the whole thing. If no one shows up, then at least you gave them a chance. But I think again, I agree with the planner that maybe you should put this section off and have a little more discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else?
Excuse me, could I just interrupt for a
Oh,
moment,
sorry.
Reen?
The form?
Since we are in a public hearing, to my knowledge, the public hearing sign-in sheet should be signed by those attending the public hearing and commenting, so.
I think everybody signed, the whole place signed.
Oh, I.
No, you're good. We're trying to help you.
But I'm just trying to keep
Thank
on
you.
top of it. Thank you. And Mr. Lederer, I still need.
Yeah. Are you, no, you're fine. It's all right. Hey, I just wanted to put out that, I think that the people that live in these overlay corridors, whoever it is, should have some serious say-so in how they want their properties, the rules they want placed on their properties. And I mean, I'm sure it's a complicated thing. I get it. Everything you guys are doing here is hard and I appreciate it. But definitely, say-so of the people that this is affecting the most. We all want to beautify the place, and I'd love to tell you to put 100 trees up and sidewalks everywhere and all that, but that's not really fair to the property owners and things. I assume that even if you overlay this thing and you make all these rules, it doesn't affect the people who live there currently until they want to do some a certain size proportion development or something. I would think that I could change a little something to my building without having to do all this yard work and whatnot. But if I'm gonna, tear down 50% of the place or something like that, then it would be, okay, now you've done enough, demolition and you're doing a big enough improvement that we can start enforcing these rules on you. And I don't know if that's in there or not, but I'm sure you guys are thinking about that. So that was the overlay district thing. I think that's it, guys. Whatever else will come.
Yeah, Mangus again. I do want to backtrack just a second, back to 13. I apologize, Randy. I did not have my reference located. 13.17 was the section I was referring to. And specifically, I was referring to your planner's notation in his standards that said future text amendment, that they should be, that in the future, you should remove all of the special standards for individual special uses. And my comment was, really, that should be done all at once. It's really better if you aren't coming back to the same article over and over again. If you can do that at this time, that way the public is just looking at it once. So if we can set another article, add another article just for the special uses and divide that out, that was originally what we had slated to try to knock it into 3. And I understand you have it into 2. I meant for that to be an additional section, if that makes sense.
Could you tell us the page and the number reference?
It would be probably right around page 48. And it was section 13.7, specifically just the notation that the planner had in his introduction to the section. Under future text amendments. He was suggesting that you remove special uses and make it its own article. At least that's what the way I understood his comment. So I was agreeing with him.
It is its own
All right.
Don't know. I can't follow you. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I will try to give my notes. I understand that's a whole, I've given you a lot of information. I will try to get the
It's confusing.
notes to you. Yes, this is way too much.
13.17 or 13.7.
0.17. But specifically the note that the planner had last, in fact, the very last note on his commentary on this section. Okay, and COPUDs. None of you were here in the early 2000s when the COPUD issue and an overlay, originally they were trying to do an overlay township border to border. And that is a lot, along with the complete new zoning ordinance they were trying to pass at the time. That is a lot of what started up the group Whitewater Watch, which at that time, the zoning changes being proposed were dramatic enough that we had a group of between 10 and 25 people meeting weekly to stop some of the changes that we saw coming down because they were that devastating. Some of what you have in your corridor overlay proposal is textbook right out of those changes, specifically on the overlay district. My biggest comment on your corridor overlay district is it has no business being in a public hearing right now. You were not ready for this. Your planner's notes say, we're not ready for this. You have a map that is tentative, maybe if we do it, we'd probably do this. That's not ready for public hearing. Public hearing is telling the public that after this meeting, after our public comments are over, you can send this to the board and they can adopt it. And specifically, this section was not ready for that. But as to what you have in front of you to begin with, I want to specifically speak to your landscaping and your design standards. You have a requirement for wood, brick, or stone exteriors. Because everybody knows a tractor dealership should be made out of logs. That is not financially viable. It is not feasible, and it does not match. We do not have a single building that I could, running through the map, we do not have a single building that matches these architectural standards. You are requiring a lot of trees, nothing against trees, but that should be able to be part of a landscaping design package. 50% of the front of the building has to be covered with landscaping against the foundation. Additional berming, and then a 4-foot wall to hide any parking areas. Can anybody guess what say the gas station would look like with a 4-foot wall in front of it to make sure you can't see it? You have a couple, did we go too far in your architectural standards? You went way too far. Thank you.
Mike Jacobson again. Again, all these people made very common sense suggestions, questions, opinions that need to be considered. The only thing I'd like to say is I want to thank you, Randy. Your comments to Kim help to push through the point I'm trying to make tonight. Too much in this meeting at one time, it's hard to understand it all. And if you sitting at this table have that thought, then
No, I'm sorry. My thought was that was the statements that were made were confusing, the issue. I think the issue is clear to me. I'm not confused at all by what's here.
but the audience isn't clear. And that's what I'm trying to say. It might be clear to you because you know exactly what you're trying to push through, but it's not clear to the audience because we don't understand it. A lot of it doesn't make sense. That's all I'm trying to say. A lot of it doesn't make sense.
Anyone else? All right, so that's the last part of bundle number 1. Do I need a motion to close the public hearing?
There's no other comments. I would close the public.
No other comments?
Hi, Deb Graber, zoning administrator. I'm here to enforce whatever you guys put on the books, so that's why I'm not speaking up on all of this. But there was no correspondence, no written correspondence. I never heard from anybody in writing about tonight's hearing, so I just wanted that as part of the hearing, that there was no written correspondence. Thanks.
Thanks.
Are you sure, Deb? We sent an SPR survey correspondence that got forwarded to them, but it wasn't.
Yeah, but it's not this year.
Randy, have you checked your email?
Oh, my gosh.
I've not seen anything. But I'm trying to, there's a lot of emails that come in every day, but I don't remember seeing anything.
That being the case, can I add a public comment on behalf of someone else?
Sure.
Moment. I apologize. I was just sent a copy of one and was told that it was sent, so that's what threw me. Okay. Subject regarding proposed changes to the zoning ordinance. Dear Whitewater Township Planning Commission. As a concerned resident of Whitewater Township, I am writing to express my apprehension regarding the large package of proposed changes to the zoning ordinance. After reviewing the packet, it has become clear that it contains far too much material to be adequately addressed in a single public forum. The comprehensive nature of these proposed changes spans several major sections, each of which merits its own thorough examination and discussion. By bundling everything together, it not only overwhelms residents, but it also raises concerns that this approach may be a strategy to push the entire package through without sufficient scrutiny. To ensure that all voices are heard and that we as residents can engage with the material thoughtfully, I urge the board to hold separate public hearings for each significant section of the proposed changes. This would allow for meaningful feedback and a better understanding of how these changes may impact our community. Thank you for considering my concerns. I believe that fostering an open dialogue about these important issues is crucial for the well-being of Whitewater Township. Sincerely, Michelle Loraf. Thank you.
Let me correct that statement. I do have that email from this morning. I forgot that I had that.
Last minute.
Kim, could I have the spelling on RORAF?
LOEFFLER dash ROH.
Can I ask you to start over?
For you. I'll just write it.
Thank you.
You okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make that motion.
Second?
Second, Richard.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. The public hearing is closed at 8:18. Do we want to discuss now? I kind of think we should.
Think we should.
And we can do it the same way and ask Andy questions. So let's begin with,
Wonder if Andy has any comments that,
oh,
if he wants to.
Andy, did you have any comments?
I did have at least one for clarity. I think Miss Mangus, in referring to the separation or the kind of the parsing out of specific standards for special uses, the note in the memo does say we do recommend pulling out these very specific use-specific standards on things like camps and campgrounds, adult businesses, bed and breakfasts, and probably putting those in their own section rather than hiding in a special use section of an ordinance. I think that was what I was thinking when I wrote that note in the memo, and I think maybe that's what Miss Mangus wanted to make clear as well, that these don't really belong hidden in a special land use ordinance. They belong in a more prominent in more navigable area of your zoning ordinance than a special use ordinance. That's at least what I was thinking, and I think Miss Mangus was thinking the same. Um,
Let me follow up
yeah.
on that point though, if I could, because that does give us some context here that if I remember correctly, back before we did the codification of the ordinance, special uses were together with other sections. So it was separated out at that point so that we could have that as its standalone chapter. So that work was done. In fact, the problems date back to 10, 15 years ago when there were a lot of problems with that in the ordinance where there was confusion and there was sections that ran together that were inappropriate. I think site plan review and special uses were together at one point that was separated out. So it's an
Okay,
ongoing
okay.
issue.
So yeah, there was an issue going further back as well of the combined, but they are separate right now, and they will continue to be separate in these revisions. My notation was regarding the kind of the burying of bed and breakfasts, sexually oriented businesses, um, camps and campgrounds, and home occupations within a special use ordinance.
And you're suggesting that those should each be a separate section?
Yeah, they should be. I think the average person, if they're looking to find specific standards in for a home occupation or something, they're probably not looking within a special land use development section. I mean, yeah, they might just use Control F on a computer and be able to type it in, but in a table of contents, they're probably looking for something more prominent that says use specific standards, home occupations, or something more clear like that. Yeah. And you probably don't want to restrict them to just when they're special land uses either. You probably want to make sure that even if they're permitted uses, if it's a permitted um, home occupation, as a permitted use without your review, perhaps, and I don't know if that's the case, that depends on how you have your regulations in your zoning districts. Maybe all of these are always special uses. If that's the case, then I'm wrong. But sometimes these can be permitted uses in a district as well, and you don't want them hiding in a special land use section of an ordinance if they are permitted in the district.
And I agree that would be a good reason to separate them out. In some cases, they are permitted. I'm not sure in our ordinance, I don't think anyone's ever bothered to go through and do an analysis of that and see what is special and what is permitted.
Mhm.
Okay,
So I do agree with the sentiment on taking them out. So that's just a recommendation. We had it as a future task, but it's up to the planning commission on how you want to obviously address that. Um, the other one of the other concerns I wanted to address, I put a few notes here. Um, there was a lot of really good comments. It's the public had some, in my opinion, some pretty good recommendations in a few parts. The one recommendation about perhaps setting a threshold for the corridor overlay, I think that might be worthwhile exploring. Perhaps, it's got to be perhaps a new build that is going, perhaps a new construction of a new building altogether needs to apply, or perhaps it's a building that's, demoed and rebuilt by 50% or greater, or a 50% or greater expansion or something along those lines. Maybe for minor work, the whole overlay doesn't apply, but for the larger scale work, maybe it applies. And again, it's our recommendation that we take some time with the overlay. So perhaps that's less important for tonight's really pertinent, urgent sake. Maybe that's something we can continue to workshop in upcoming meetings. Um, for the development process, there's a few good comments. The validity time frame is indeed 2 years for a land use permit that the owner would need to occupy the building seeking the certificate of occupancy within 2 years of the land use permit. So I just want to be clear of that. I think you did correct that, Chairperson Stratton. So um, that is the time frame there for the land use permits. Um,
Is that, would you say that 2 years is standard or?
well, the land use permits is pretty unique to Whitewater Township. I think it's something that Grand Traverse County, it's kind of in the Grand Traverse County spirit because of the Grand Traverse County Building Department and the fact that they require that check off for development. This is something that we worked on with East Bay Township as well when we worked on their zoning ordinance. So it is something we are somewhat familiar with, and Miss Graber explained it pretty well at one of the past meetings that this land use permit needs to stay in the ordinance because of the Grand Traverse County requirements. Um, I would say that it's pretty normal for site plans to have to initiate construction within 2 years of the site plan approval. But to occupy and to be kind of done with the project, those there's a lot less regulations in zoning ordinances I'm used to that specify when the project needs to be done. And that land use permit 2 year requirement does say the project needs to be done within 2 years the of the land use permit. But the land use permit is not, to my understanding, the land use permit is not always granted at the time of site plan approval either. It's the time of like staking for foundations and things like that. If I correct me if I'm wrong,
Is that correct, Deb?
No,
Very first.
or anything.
So I can't hear if, I don't know if you can hear what the
I did not
response
hear
was.
I did not hear what the response was.
So the land use permit is the first thing that's issued?
So when a land use application comes in, it needs to come in with a site plan. It needs to come in with drawings, renderings, all the setbacks identified, and they sign an affidavit that I can go out to the property and review it. It should be staked. The zoning administrator has to go to every property 3 times, once for staking. It may be before it gets issued, or it may be when it gets issued. It may have already been issued before the staking goes in, but they have to have an approved land use permit to go to the county to start the building process. So once the holes are dug or the holes are prepped, I am to get a call before it's poured to validate that that structure is going in where they said it was going in. And then I do a final inspection, which is the 3rd trip to the site, to confirm that it has in fact been constructed where they said, and so that they can get final occupancy. And I usually get a call from the county. You know, they work in the Epic system, so we're trying to fine tune that. I get a report. I ask them for a report a couple times a year with a spreadsheet of every open project that's in the community. Because, I mean, we do have large homes that go up, and it can take 2 or 3 years to get them constructed. I mean, there was one on Town Line that took 2 or 3 years. But I also made them renew their land use permit. And so, but if you do not start construction in the first 12 months of a land use permit, it's not like it's good forever. You know, they do expire. So changes in the ordinances, changes in everything. So I look at a land use permit when I issue it, that it's good for 1 year. If construction started, you know, it's a work in progress. But, you know, it's having a communication with the zoning administrator and making sure that we're working together and it's collaborative. And if I feel they need to get a new land use permit or renew it, that's what I do. So it just depends on the situation, the size of the build, if there were delays, if it rained too much and they didn't. I know there's a lot of talking going on. I just be respectful of trying to get through all this tonight. There's just a lot going on in different properties. You know, if you've got a 12-bedroom house, it's going to take a little bit longer to build and finish and do all the custom work that's getting done and get a driveway in and get the septic and the well. And there's just a lot going on. It just depends on the size of the build, the size of the property, where it's located, and people run into building issues, you know, be it something got done wrong and they've got to tear it out and they've got to redo it. So you just work with the situation as it comes in. And I don't think I'm so hardcore that I'm saying, oh, sorry, you're in the middle of your build, your two years has expired. Okay, everything stops. I have never done that, and I would not do that.
So what does the reissue look like? If they have to renew.
Come in and fill out a land use permit and say, hey, I'm 6 months out yet on this build, and we renew it. You know, I may make them pay a new fee because I've got to go out and validate everything of where they stand on the project. Do they have their footers in? Do they decide they were going to add something else? Are they putting in a big, you know, their 3-car garage is now 2 cars, whatever? You know, we validate that everything's still accurate on what their original plan. The county has had issues and concerns that the plan that comes into the township, and I haven't personally run into this in Whitewater, but it has been an issue in Grand Traverse County, that the plan that comes into the township for approval for a land use permit is not always the same plan that gets to the county. So they are wanting to get everybody on an Epic system where all the same information is in one place. So the plans are there. If there's revisions, the well, the septic, everything's in one place.
Yeah.
But that hasn't happened with Whitewater yet. And I think there's only 2 townships on it currently with the county, and there's 1 in the process. So.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Graber. That's always helpful. I do want to just actually clarify too. There's going to be few instances where the land use permit expiration it actually rules, because the site plan review and plot plan review expirations are actually going to come first when there's a site plan involved. Let's say there's a commercial development, a commercial building being built out. Those site plan requirements rule for expiration. Let's say there's a single family house being built that's subject to plot plan review. Those plot plan review expiration requirements are going to rule. The land use permit expiration, I think the intent of that was exactly as Ms. Graber described, so that the permit can be checked on again, it can be inspected, make sure the staking is appropriate, make sure the setbacks are appropriate, things haven't moved, and just making sure that the construction is going to progress in the same way it was approved maybe a year ago or 2 years ago, in accordance to a site plan or plot plan. Most communities just let the site plan review standards govern expiration. We're doing something unique here with the land use permits because the land use permits are kind of the triple check the township and county have for making sure the construction is done properly. I don't, Ms. Graber, do you see an instance where a land use permit is pertinent to a project that did not already have to undergo site plan or plot plan review? Maybe a fence? Would it be a fence, or maybe a small structure of some kind? Because even zoning administrator reviews even accessory buildings for plot plan review.
Keeping in mind that site plan reviews and plot plans are not all going through the planning commission. So I do see site plans, I do see plot plans. Just depends on where it's located, what's the zoning district. So it's just making sure it's staying consistent. Do I ask for a site plan when somebody puts in a fence? Yes, I kind of want to know where the fence is going, how high it's going to be. There's a fee for it. People should, obviously, if you're going to put a fence in near water, you don't want to block anybody's views. And that is a concern. Is it written in our ordinance that you're not supposed to put up an 8-foot fence and block somebody's view? No, it's not written in there, but it's not a good practice to do. But you do have to meet the setback requirements on fences. So, and I do ask for a site plan and a drawing, 8.5 by 11, not a formal document from a surveyor or anything, or a planner. Any other questions?
Did that answer your question, Andy?
Yeah, and as I read the ordinance too, I'm not quite I don't think we do have a plot plan expiration requirement. So then that's true. The land use permit expiration will govern plot plans. So that is good that we have the land use permit expirations, because they would govern those requiring plot plans, but maybe not those requiring site plans. Maybe not those
And
larger. Yeah.
And some of them actually get approved that get completed much quicker too. I mean, there's There are some builds that are actually getting completed in 6 to 9 months. I mean, I've seen several on Cushman Court. Pro Build has put in homes pretty quickly. So, you know, not all of them are taking a year or more too.
I do think for the speaker's comment, I don't think you're going to be harmed a ton if you want to extend the time frames a little bit. Perhaps that 2-year occupancy standard we put in, maybe it should be increased to 3 or 4 years. One purpose that these serve well for our fast developing communities where conditions are changing around the site left and right. Perhaps there's new curb cuts being built. That means more traffic, more turns onto the high trafficked street, more pedestrians, things that you need to really watch out for that could drastically change the conditions around the site. But in a place, so if you don't think you're undergoing super heavy growth, perhaps you can have a longer time frame where it's maybe 3 or 4 years, where you don't need to have these continuously reviewed because of changing conditions. So I just wanted to give that little 2 cents. If
Okay,
um,
thank you.
I think that was most of what I had for the public's comments. There was a lot of good comments. I do think a lot of this you did take a lot of good look at. So I know some people are commenting because maybe this was the only time that they've had to comment because this is the formal public hearing. They have that right by Michigan Zoning Enabling Act to comment during this time. But I think you've taken in a lot of these policy questions. The open space requirement, the 50%, we had once mentioned 15, and that was, I think, by a mistake, but where I misheard you. I appreciate the speaker being complimentary to me, but I'm not going to take credit for that. I think I only put that in because I misheard the commission. And so I think you've taken a deep look at all of this, and it's up to you on what you want to do, but I don't think that you've really passed over much here. You've really taken a really deep look at a lot of this.
Okay. So let's begin with the PUD in terms of PC comment.
Do you want me to start? I
Sure.
could start on page 11 of the PUD section memo and amendment, 710 development agreement, number 9. It says other terms and conditions necessary in the city's opinion. And I'm not sure if it's supposed to be cities.
Yeah, that's definitely a typo.
Okay,
Should be township.
township, okay. That's all I have.
Okay, Randy?
Well, let's see here. I guess I'm going to go back to the first comment that we heard that number 702, it says the township discourages this type of development, and that was referring to conventional development. What you heard was kind of unfortunately, a misrepresentation of that statement because it goes on to say where it may detract from the township's rural landscape and natural resources, resulting in lesser quality or efficiency of development. And it goes on. So you heard part of a sentence, not the whole sentence, and seemed to imply that we were discouraging conventional development, and that's not really the complete picture. And unfortunately, there's a lot of statements like that that are made that are half-truths or incomplete. So I don't know, I heard a lot of comments, a lot of ones I want to look at myself and think about. So I was typically what I go back and do is listen to the meeting, hear the comments, try to piece together what are helpful and which ones aren't, and there are some that aren't helpful.
Can I ask a general question? Because I just want this to be as constructive as possible. I mean, it's a formal hearing. It's very formal and I think it's really good what we've heard and what we're doing. And I want to say that I'm fairly new to this this body, and I will say for myself personally, since I've been part of this, the leadership of this team has only expressed to me and through her actions have shown that she wants a dialogue, she wants transparency, and she wants to have the public interact as much as possible. I've never seen anything to detract from what I believe is good faith efforts to get as much good input and do our best to create, which is a very complicated and difficult process. You know, leveraging and utilizing consultants, getting public input, and talking through this. And there's been several workshops before my time. There's been a whole process to lead up to this. And this formal hearing also doesn't mean we're going to adopt any language. Some of the suggestions tonight were you're trying to jam this down our throat, or you're trying to move this through quickly, or you're doing too much at one time. And I don't believe that's the case. And the last thing I would say is, after hearing of everyone on this commission, or I believe that you have the most knowledge of working with the language. And, you know, his comment saying that I would like to digest this comment from the public, and some might be constructive, some may not. That's just how it works. But my question is, did we have a goal to get to a point of adopting some of this language tonight or not? I'm not clear on that, and I'd like to start with that question, because then I think we could be more constructive in how we talk about it. If there's less pressure to adopt language, or maybe I'm wrong, maybe we've come this far and we need to do something. That's my question.
I think we knew pretty quickly that the COPUD was definitely not going to be voted on. And no, we're never required to hold a vote.
I know
after
we're
a
not
public-
required.
Yeah,
But some of this language, some of it might be completely dialed in the comments. You might be completely comfortable with, and some of this was worked on before I was part of this. I've read all of it, and I'm interested in the comment, but I'm not saying that some of these sections shouldn't be adopted, but I'm asking generally, is that the feeling that some of these sections should be adopted tonight? I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot either. I'm just asking a general question, because if that's the goal, if some of these sections be adopted, I really want to focus on those sections. And so, and then you can make, based on comments, you can still do changes and then adopt those. If we don't adopt anything tonight, it's my understanding that to adopt something, we'd have to have another formal hearing.
Not
Or
necessarily,
No.
no.
Okay,
No.
so that's another question I had. So if we didn't adopt it, we've taken the formal hearing, and then we could take the time, and then we could vote this without another formal.
Yeah.
right.
I
And there'd
think-
still be public comment at the beginning. If we
Okay.
were working on it at the next meeting, there'd still be public comment, but it just wouldn't be a public.
That
hearing.
helps me for this meeting. So thank you.
Yeah, I think, in fact, we've had some conversations in the past when there've been zoning amendments about the wisdom of not proceeding after a public hearing unless it's something that's very clear and cut and dried and there's no reason to wait. You know, I think in the past, the planning commission had felt that it was necessary to act after the public hearing, but there's no requirement that that be the case. It's just that there be a public hearing and we hold it and we hear public input and then consider it and then move on, you know, to it. In fact, I mentioned before, I worked in one community that their bylaws said the planning commission would not
Vote after a public hearing.
vote after a public hearing. They wanted to require time to consider the public input and then go.
I would say the public hearing, you know, there's sort of been the suggestion, well, you're trying to do this now, and it's like, and then there's a lot of comment about we weren't notified. Well, with a public hearing, the public's notified. and there's a formal process to that. So you can't assume we're doing this to do something tonight, but we're trying to notify the public that we want to hear from you.
Mhm.
Does that make sense? It's kind of,
The COPUD's slightly different because we're looking at an overlay district. So I think in that situation, we definitely we need to pinpoint the people within a certain radius of that area.
and that's where we're kind of over our skis and
Right.
planners letting us know that. And
Right.
we all, I think, agree with that. I do at least. But the rest of them, this public hearing's appropriate. We're getting a lot of great comment, and I think however we move forward, we can take the time to take that comment.
Okay.
I might be stating the obvious, I'm sorry, but.
No,
it's important.
I don't think so.
I think it's good to speak out loud about these things, because that's my intention, and I love that the public is passionate about this, and I love a lot of the comment. But some of it may not be constructive, and we'll figure that out. Thank you.
So I think for me, Kim's comment about the pedestrian oriented design, which is sort of this kind of a new city planning, it's not new anymore, but since like the 80s, that it's something that villages have been trying to get back to. I'm not sure it's definitely appropriate. It's one of the design elements that it says the township determines to be appropriate. And I think she might be right. It's probably not appropriate. So I think I would probably remove that. And then also with the subdivision section being in here and not having been noticed, I think we probably, isn't that in this one? Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll just clarify the subdivision one. I think the only change we were making was just correcting the reference within that. And you do not, if it's a general code ordinance, you don't have the power to make a like there's no legal requirement that you make a recommendation to the township board on that. This would be in the township board's hands. But just to make sure that they are referring to the correct zoning ordinance section, we would highly, highly recommend they follow up and make the change to the subdivision ordinance that cites the correct
So we
section
would
point.
not, okay, so if we were if we were moving forward with the PUD portion, the subdivision ordinance would not be included in that.
Correct, correct. The township board should then consider that at the same time they would consider the zoning amendment pertaining to the PUDs, just so that they're adopting something concurrently, the zoning in one hand and the general code in the other. But it's, yeah, you don't have the power to make a formal required recommendation on a subdivision ordinance.
So you just included it for clarity?
It was for reference and clarity, yeah.
Okay. Sadie, anything on the?
We talked about the one already. Make sure my notes are. No, we addressed the things that we already, I put notes on, so.
Okay, Rod?
This is my second time around with the planning commission. I would have to agree with some of the comments from the audience tonight. There's a lot of activity on the plate of the PC. I don't feel as if I understand the priority of the PUD and all of the other associated ordinances that are in bundle one. And I know it will take a lot of detailed dive into it. I'm going to react to a couple of the comments, and I don't know if they're fact or not, but when I heard that a 40-acre parcel may produce only 6 lots to build on, that throws me off on everything I was looking at. And I want to percolate a little bit around that. If that's the case, then I'm not sure I understand what the value of a PUD is. I mean, I'm back to square one. So I'm more tempered right now to spend time to digest what was heard. It's great that we provide the feedback. I've got some other notes that the alarms went up, and this is my third meeting. So it's not like I've seen the history. I will say, this is great work, that in everything I'm seeing is saying the planning commission has been involved in this. There's at least 4 iterations, and I think this might even be the 5th. But to say that, to say that we're not reading, or this is the first time we've seen it, that's not correct. I heard that mentioned earlier this evening. So good work takes time. And I think we all have to have this level of comfort personally and as a group that what we're signing on to in the spirit of Whitewater Township and PUDs and condominiums and everything, we need to grasp how that fits and what is the understanding and how are we setting up some failures by not understanding percentages of property and how some of that property has to go, like wetlands or rivers and streams and definitions and things like that. That could corrupt a PUD very quickly if we're only getting 6 lots out of 40 acres. That just doesn't make sense to me. So at this point, my questions would be simple questions, but my bigger concern is I don't understand it well enough in the verbiage that's in front of us. And that's how I feel.
Okay, Scott?
So I'm mirroring Rod and Michael's thoughts on this. So as we all know, the 3 of us are very new to this, so we kind of came in halfway through. I think it's very clear that everyone here has gone through a lot of information regarding this. It's been going on since October 1st. And there's nothing new to this. I appreciate public comment. It makes you think outside of the box, outside of the 7 people that are here, plus our help here with Giffords and Webster. So that being said, my topics on PUDs have already been covered with everyone here, and that's my 2 cents.
Okay.
I had something there too.
Yeah, I was going to ask you to clarify why we're doing this.
Whoa.
Master plan.
Yeah, good point. Well, yes, that's a good point. But let me back up for a second there too, in this whole zoning amendment. I've struggled with trying to carefully articulate the problems that the township has had with its zoning code. I've only been involved here 3 or 4 years, and what I saw when I first walked in and saw the zoning ordinance, it was shocking, in terms of the way it was presented in terms of a binder with various amendments here and there. It was, and I would love to go into great detail about why it was so problematic, but that's not a good idea from a standpoint of public policy here. So I'm not going to do that, but I've been a planner since 1979, and so it's natural for me to look at zoning ordinances and see, where the flaws are and where the problems are. What has happened here is that I think from past years of various circumstances, we have been left with a ordinance that is very outdated. It's flawed, and we have a big task ahead of us to try to fix this thing. And so when that became apparent, one of the urgent things to do was to codify this thing, to get this off of this independent chapters in a binder that was floating around between a handful of people. We did that, and then started to see that there was a whole lot more work that needed to be done, and that work should not go forward until we have a master plan done. And so we did that. And the master plan articulates a lot of the initiatives that are in this work here. It's very specific about amend the ordinance in this way to promote agritourism, to promote use of a PUD so that developers are inclined to use it, to look at a whole bunch of things. You've all seen the master plan. You know what it says. And people in this room have seen the master plan, and we're involved in writing the master plan and reviewing the master plan. So there's no news here in terms of where this is driven. This started also when we knew that we had this larger rewrite effort ahead of us. And we asked the Planning Commission at a meeting to rank all the issues that we were dealing with: PUDs, development standards, process, special uses. We put it all into a box and said, give us the priorities. And we did that. And Giffords Webster helped us do that. They put all the issues and said, rank them. And so then we put them all into these bundles, because even though it is not uncommon to rewrite a whole zoning ordinance from cover to cover, it is unwieldy. So we broke it into 4 sections or 5 sections, 4 or 5 bundles. This is bundle number 1. This is by far the more complicated and difficult one, because it deals with things like PUDs and COPUDs, and that's not common language. Nobody knows what, people generally off the street don't know what that is for the most part. So that's where we are. We're looking at trying to get Whitewater Township zoning ordinance to a level where it will perform the way we need it to be. You know, we know the township has had legal struggles with the zoning ordinance. That's not news. I see landmines in this ordinance the way it's written right now. That is problematic, and we need to fix them. We need to avoid the future lawsuits, avoid the confusion about how property is zoned or what the requirements are. It's amazing that we're talking about the permitting process here. The township's had a zoning ordinance since 1972. You know, I mean, this isn't new ground we should be breaking here. This is material that should be in place, well running, but it's not. And so we find ourselves in a place where we've got to fix a flawed ordinance, get it done quickly so that we're prepared for the next development project that comes forward and we can deal with it. And so that's about where it is. You don't deal with projects with the zoning ordinance you wish you had. You deal with it with what you have. And so you can only use the process and the requirements and the structure of the ordinance as it's written. So we're trying to get out ahead of the game here and try to be prepared for growth. And the comments are good. We should review them all. We should look at them, every one of them, and make changes. Some of the comments I thought were kind of funny because it's existing language, you know, where that language has been in place for years, and that it's being drawn up like, you guys need to fix this right now. I mean, this has been in place for 20 years or 30 years. I don't know, long time. So kind of a mixed bag here of what we need to do, but you know, I mean, it's a hard job. I'm glad that Giffords Webster's can help us get through this, and the Planning Commission's got the resolve to work through it. So that's
Can
my
I
speech.
add just to that? I'd like to mention that many of the public comments have come from people from the Planning Commission in the past, and they've worked years on these changes and trying to get them done. And we're just trying to continue your work. And I'm so grateful that you are coming and helping us. So thank you so much.
Okay, so we're gonna hold off on voting on the PUD portion of the bundle. The condo development regulations, let's see. I'd like to look into Kim's comment about some parcels have utility easements over the entire parcel. just to,
There's a utility easement over the entire parcel. Chances are you can't build there anyway. So I
Okay,
don't
that's
know.
why I was not understanding, like,
It's an overhead line.
You have
easement,
condos there
prohibit
anyway.
Development over it. So I don't understand that.
we'll have public comment again at the end of the meeting. Thank you. Okay, so then are we ready to move forward with this, with a vote on this? Let's get feedback from everybody. Let's start with Scott. So we're looking at the condominium development regulations.
I didn't have any comments on this.
Rod?
I don't understand it well enough. I need more time.
Okay.
this is where I don't have a problem with this one. I didn't have many comments on this one. I think this one, we did a good job of looking at it. The only thing that I wrote down was that this is where that 40-acre, the comment was about the 40-acre parcels, but I guess I'm kind of stuck on why we're only talking about 40-acre parcels. People can put, if it doesn't work for a 40-acre parcel, it doesn't mean that they can't, somebody's not gonna buy a 100-acre parcel and put condos on it. So yeah, maybe the math or whatever doesn't work out for the percentages for that, but we have to also remember, like, nowhere in here does it say that it has to be a 40-acre parcel. So that was really the only thought I had with the comments, but other than that, I think this one that looks pretty sound to me. And I want to say, like, thanks for explaining all that to the new people. That's really helpful because we have worked on this since October, and I don't feel like we're cramming this down and, like how you said, because we've been talking about these since October openly to the public. Every meeting, every discussion we say, every change we've made has been at the meeting in front of everybody since October. So yeah, it's confusing and it's a lot. But I do think that, like, we have taken our time, and our goal is to do everything as perfectly as we can, but it's never going to be perfect. But perfect is a little less perfect, I think, is better than what we got.
Good point. It is.
Right? Like
A little more perfect.
a little more perfect than what we got. And that's our goal. It's never going to be perfect. And if we just keep, since October, we're already way behind schedule with what we originally planned to be at with this. So, and because it's taking longer than we thought. So I think that the thought has been in there, but some of these are good. And yeah, the public comments, some of them I do think that we need to take more time and think about, but this one for me looks sound. So.
Michael?
I'd agree. This is the one packet that was, I mean, I do have a lot of notes, and I agree with, I want to look at those and I want to reflect on them. I would say, for the record, I'm not prepared to adopt any of these packets tonight.
Okay.
That's just what I'm going to say. I think that this is a great, next step. We got really good formal feedback. And I agree with, at the same time, I think we need to adopt some language in the near future. And language can be amended.
Yeah.
You know, so it won't be perfect, but at least it'll be a lot better than what we got. And I'm gonna work toward a goal that in the near future that we do have a lot of these comments incorporated that are constructive, and we get something that we can vote on.
Randy?
I agree. I think this is the most urgent section of the, in terms of my own perception of things. I'd like to hear, I'd like to review the comments again. I would, before I can vote for this.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think we're far off. This is probably the closest of all of them.
Right. Denise?
Yes, I agree. I would like to look at it more from the public comments, and but as of right now, there's not much I would change.
All right, development process. I'm inclined to, if we know that we eventually want to move something, why? Why not do it before we? I mean, why vote on something that we know we need to change? I mean, if it's a minor thing,
Right.
that's one thing, but if
Yeah.
it's,
I support that.
Does Andy have any thoughts on that?
Andy, do you have
Curious.
Yeah, I think maybe the thought was that we were maybe going to address it in another one of the next four bundles, perhaps, and maybe at that time we would maybe want to tweak some of the, let's say, the adult business or home occupation or uh, uh, campgrounds standards. Because I think there's an inherent difference between studying the development process and standards pertaining to our particular use. And I think maybe we were going to focus on that at a later date, but I can't guarantee that off the top of my head. Our work plan and our bundle plan was months ago. I would need to pull up that file to re-review. But maybe that was the intention. But I think if it's very high priority on your radar and you want it done now, then we can do it now and just separate that
Guess
into a new place.
what goes across my mind is the need to renumber the rest of the ordinance from 13 all the way to the end, which
Yeah.
we'd have to renumber the rest of the ordinance. If we add a new article after 13, we'd have to renumber all of them. And that sounds like a small thing, but then there's all the cross references in there that, I mean, need to be addressed. So I don't know if,
It could, yeah, that's a good point. It could perhaps go in. You're right. I don't think you have like a use specific regulations article, right? You have supplemental development standards and provisions. So maybe it could go in Article 5 and it could be 5.13, 5.14, 5.15, 5.16. Maybe that would be the easiest place to do it efficiently. But that's just one thought.
well, as you mentioned, we have other bundles to work on here.
Mhm.
I could easily put that into the future bundles to reorganize it.
but then we'd go through this process again, right?
Yeah, future bundles would have another hearing,
Right.
so.
But
good.
that sounds like it's mostly just a reorganization, right? To change that, take it out of that.
Yeah, we could do just this.
So-
We could do this reorganization right now and without changing the language, but maybe then visit at a later bundle, changing the language if the language is
Well,
bad.
are we talking about changing the language though, or are we talking about just separating it out? Because if it's
Well, I think they need to be reviewed as well as separated out. So it's kind of both.
that seems like a bigger deal than just. Because yeah, the cross references is where it's gonna be.
We didn't spend any time reviewing those standards, I don't think. Well,
Uh,
no,
We
I know
changed
did.
this minor thing in home occupations, I believe.
Yeah.
But that was it. And it was like a very minor thing.
Okay. Well, let's think about that further. You know, if it's something that we want to have happen now versus later.
Yeah, do you want me to double check the work plan and see if we did address adult businesses, camps or campgrounds, home occupations, or I can't think of the fourth one in the work plan? I can just
Sure.
quickly check that. It won't take a very long.
And does it mean that we're just lopping it off of out of this one then? Okay.
Let's see here.
That would also include reviewing whether or not it is a permitted or special use, right?
It could, yeah. Which we are doing that. We are going to look at all of your district permitted uses in a different bundle. At least the C1, the N, and the village, which are your commercial, industrial, and village districts. Our goal was to do that in bundle 2. So we'd be looking at perhaps places to permit these uses, district-wise, but in terms of the standards themselves, I don't see them explicitly listed in any of these bundles. So what we could do is we could what we could do is we could just simply add visiting these standards at a future bundle, perhaps a bundle 6, and just taking them out of here for now and placing them in a 5.13, 5.14, 5.15, 5.16. And that'll be a very simple change to reorganize, but not necessarily review the text until bundle 6.
Okay, well, we will consider that. Thank you.
Okay, yep.
Okay, that was development process. The COPUD, I think, is everyone in agreement that we need to hold off on that one?
Yeah, sweet.
Yeah.
If it's not, comments not related to that, could we go through that? Like, I had a question about the preliminary fire department review. Could I go through that?
Yeah, where are you?
On
That's
page-
development process.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
still
develop- I'm sorry.
Development process.
Yep.
And it would be page 30. D and 2, final decision, F2, final decision. On this, as of right now, the Grand Traverse County road, not equalization, parcel GIS office, they handle the numbering of businesses, the street addresses and things like that. And they are trying to have the fire department, trying to have the fire department do that so that the fire department issues or checks on the addresses because of the safety issue, getting the truck to go to the right location. In some instances, you can take your street address if you're on a corner and you can choose which street you want your address to be on, but your driveway may be on another street. But with GPS, people always put in the street address and they go to that. That may not necessarily be the entrance to the business. So I'm thinking that they want the fire department to figure out where they're going to enter the property and make that the street address. And I don't know if that would go into the development of the site plan, or if it's someplace else that they're trying to get the fire department to change to do it, but they have no idea when they're going to do it. So I don't know if we should have it somewhere in our just review of driveway entrances to businesses and things like that. Am I explaining it?
I think.
It's a
I
good,
think I
it's a
understand what
good
you're saying.
question, yeah. And I can help answer that maybe. I think your thought is we need to make sure, right, the fire department knows where to respond where. In the case of an emergency, I I think they already checked that prior to a certificate of occupancy. They should. The building department should as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, anybody in Whitewater, or Miss Graber, but address numbers should be checked by somebody, building department or fire department, prior to a certificate of occupancy.
It's required.
Yeah.
The fire department checks it.
Yeah.
Well, I know the building department definitely checks the address and the display of it as well. So I guess I'm not clear on what we would add, because it seems like if that would be part of the fire department review.
It would be, but right now the county is doing it, but with the county doing it, they may, I think you can choose which address you want, which street you want. But what they're trying to do is get the fire department to review all of the addresses to make sure that the street address for the GPS that you put in, everybody puts in their car now, it takes you right to the entrance of the business.
Okay,
So
so again, wouldn't it be part of the fire department review?
it would, if, it would be if it's right in transition now. That's,
Right.
it's at the county. They want the fire department to do it and they're asking them to do it, but the fire department hasn't. It's not a high priority for fire departments. I'm sorry, it's not high priority for fire departments. So it would, I think, fall upon, I don't know, that's what I'm trying to figure out, who would it, if the county doesn't really do that. I mean, they're doing it kind of, but they really want the fire department to do it. It's kind of a gray area. And that's my only comment. So if later on, maybe public comments or somebody else can, just think about it and see what comes to mind for you guys.
Okay.
The only thing that I have for the development process is the addition of the concrete slab for a trash
Mhm.
receptacle.
Yeah.
Just not, I don't know if we absolutely need that. For instance, moving the trash receptacles in the back here, we're gonna move them somewhere else. We'd need to pour a concrete slab in order to move them somewhere. That's my thought on that. If someone wanted to move, the location of their current trash receptacle at a place of business or, it'd be place of business, they would have to then pour a slab to accommodate that.
I had commented on that in an earlier one as well. I didn't really see why every business would have to have that, but concrete anyways, like why not gravel or,
Yeah, that was gonna be my suggestion. Have a specified 22A or some kind of a compactable gravel surface would be my recommendation.
Perhaps as a minimum, and then if they want to do something more, that's fine.
If you want to pour slab or put
Right.
down asphalt
Yeah.
or whatever, that's
Exactly.
fine, but that slab, some of these dumpsters are big.
right?
It'd be pricey to do that. I don't know as if it's necessary.
And to your point, a lot of businesses move those locations based on dynamic decisions,
Mhm.
parking, you name it. Or they move a kitchen or whatever, and then they're like, okay, now we gotta pour another slab, and then we gotta rip the one up because we don't want it sitting there.
Yeah.
Okay,
And I think that was mentioned as this kind of standard building now for dumpsters in commercial businesses. It prevents rodents from coming up from the ground, and also it eases, for me, in my mind, it would ease the cleanup where the wind blows the trash all over, or people miss the trash when they try to throw it in, kind of like that. And at a business, at a commercial business, a residential would be different, but businesses accumulate a lot of trash and rodents, and I think that's the purpose of the slab. And most parking lots where they have the dumpsters, they already have slabs except for maybe here, but in Acme Township, they had them located on the pavement. So,
okay. Any other comments on development process? Randy, did you have anything? Did you already, I can't remember who commented.
Yeah, 13.14, transfer of special use permit. I think it was brought up in the public that the thought was that the special use permit would transfer to the owner. But as I read this, it says it transfers with the land. I just want to.
Yeah, that's a good point. And that's exactly existing language too,
Okay.
for the most part.
Okay. all
It
right.
looks like it was edited down, but that, if you look at the existing ordinance, that transfer of special use permit language is similar.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, That's a good question. If I may just butt in real quick. Um, I don't know why we included, I'm trying to remember why I included that in the language if it was existing, because I wasn't doing that elsewhere. Maybe we fixed a typo somewhere. But I do also want to be clear that in my recommendation, I think you want to allow it to run with the land. You don't want to have owners be required to renew a special land use permit. That was a good point by the public commenter. Um,
But
Perhaps
I
if there
think,
was a general code, maybe you need to renew a license or something, but it's not the actual zoning approval and the vested right you have to, continue a use. So I think we do want to perhaps quickly edit that. And it's kind of confusing about the affecting transfer of required security from the original landowner. I don't really know what that means. I don't know if that means there was once a performance guarantee or something submitted as part of a project's construction or a condition of approval. But I think that that's kind of confusing language. And it shouldn't be the responsibility of the new landowner to request continuation. That should already be assumed that the land use is continuing.
right.
So
So
this
again,
should
that
be
was
edited.
existing language that we clarified and improved because what is in the ordinance now is cumbersome and onerous on the property owner.
Yeah. So we could just have it be the first sentence and delete the rest. The first sentence just says a special land use permit with any and all associated benefits and conditions shall run with the land and shall be binding on the landowner and his or her successors, heirs, and assigns.
Okay,
Leave it at that.
Yeah.
that's way better.
Yeah.
So we fixed it, but we're fixing it better now.
Fix it more better.
Yeah.
It's better.
Again, I don't even know if I recall fixing this. Sorry. There's
I don't remember the conversation either, but I remember
Mhm.
that sticking out to me more than once that that was a weird requirement.
We might have been supposed to fix it and we just never did, and I apologize if that was the case. So
Is it something along the lines of if someone buys the property, but they they don't use the special use permit and it lapses after 2 years? Is there something to that? I vaguely remember a discussion about that.
that's a good question. I don't know if it was maybe we were going to put in special land use permit lapsing standards upon changing of use. Because nonconformities can lapse when you change the use and demonstrate intent to abandon the nonconformity. If a special land use approval can lapse because the use changes for 5 years, and then maybe they want to go back to the land use. That's a good question. You don't see that a lot in zoning ordinances, so I can do some research and see if a special land use lapsing time frame should be put in place. What do you think about that, Mr. Mielnick?
I'm familiar with the lapsing of non-conforming uses, but not necessarily of a special use. If they discontinue it voluntarily for a
Mhm.
period of time, and then somebody else wants to restart that same special use, they should be able to do that.
I always thought so too. And I think lapsing would be a little bit burdensome, but we can look into that and just give you a little bit of a yes or no based on some quick research.
That sounds good.
Okay.
We have one more. 1317, which is dealing with bed and breakfast establishments. It was brought out that letter N.
Oh, the length of stay.
Stay for each guest shall not exceed 7 days within any 30-day period. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I think those are those good questions that perhaps this language needs amendments on, but maybe, I think the question for the planning commission is this the time to do that? Or do you, like we said, just reorganize it for now and then visit it in a policy and detailed content review later.
Don't want to see it again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Just remove it.
Well, first of all, I don't know how we'd enforce that to begin with. I mean, is the zoning administrator gonna go there and, I mean, it's a special use, so there's some oversight, but still. You're gonna go there and count the number of days somebody's staying there? I can't imagine Deb has that kind of time or anybody else in the township.
I also think the 3 sleeping rooms, the 8 overnight, I think I think that it definitely needs some study.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
But,
There's
it's just the timing of it, right?
It's like there was some cutting and pasting going on here that just doesn't make sense to me.
Mhm.
Again, it's existing ordinance language.
Sorry,
That's
that's
how
already
it's
how it's
written.
written.
So it hasn't been changed. So I understand what you're saying, that you'd like to not see it again, but I'm leaning towards, and I don't, and this will depend on the whole group, but personally, I'm leaning towards removing them and then reviewing them and amending later. Because I think the organization is very important right now. But that is just me, so. Okay,
And I'm fine with that.
okay. All right, so, COPUD, we're not gonna do any work on this until we've notified our landowners, right?
And approach them,
Pardon me?
approach the landowners
Mhm.
and have conversations with them about what this means to them and how past actions need to be addressed.
Is everybody okay with that? Yeah,
Mhm.
okay. All right, then, do we have any more comment? Then we will move, do I need a motion to move on? We've already had a motion to close the public hearing.
So that was just discussion and now there's no action to be taken.
Okay. So, approval of minutes, and we have 2 sets of minutes from April 1st and then from our special meeting, which was April 20th. All right.
September 1 first.
Pardon me? April
September-
1st?
Yes. I have a comment.
Oh, what did we, is there a typo?
Page, well. Page 2. About a little more than halfway down under the zoning administrator's report. Says on the 3rd paragraph at the end, it says she encouraged the ZA to explore this. Not,
Where is it again?
We'll send the,
Under reports, presentations, and announcements.
yeah, there's zoning administrator Deb Graber, 3rd paragraph.
She attended a meeting. There.
She encouraged the ZA to explore this is the last sentence.
oh,
Familiarize.
I think that's what you mean, you see.
Hmm.
And then on page 3, looks like our chairperson got a promotion. It says Chief Stratton.
Like that.
Where is that?
how did I miss that one?
Middle under winery and cidery ordinance, next steps, last paragraph.
Oh, yeah, there I am.
Congrats.
You go, Chief.
Okay,
That's all right. Oh. I have one on the other minutes too.
I
I
think we
had-
need to,
I had one.
accept them
On,
separately.
on the, page 63, the ROWG Resident Outreach Work Group, Rod Rebant, the second paragraph, Miss Pelton attended, and then the next sentence, if, I think it should be, she received information.
Which page of the minutes? is it?
63.
Page 3 of the minutes,
Page 3.
I'm
at the
sorry.
top. The paragraph below ROWG that starts with Miss Peltonen.
Second sentence changed he to she. Just letting you know.
Oh, geez.
No, it's okay. I don't care much. Just for the record.
Thank you.
Anybody else have anything? I have a motion to approve the minutes with the changes noted.
Make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second, Trumbull.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and then we have the special meeting for April 20th.
So I have one comment on page 2 under the report from the Township Board, the second paragraph. It says the 86th District Court supports the position. I think that should be upheld rather than supports.
Mm.
That's supports the position the township is taking, and it's hereby ordered that for reasons the record, the township ordinance validly supports short-term, prohibits short-term rentals.
Okay. Did anybody else have any?
I didn't have any.
No? Okay. I'll make a motion to accept the minutes of Monday, April 20th with the correction on page 2 from supports to upheld. Can I have a second?
Second, Sherman.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Can you remind me the dates of the co-meeting and? you just
Yep,
said that-
I am
is that-
gonna,
Oh,
I
okay.
am gonna go over that. Thanks. Okay, so correspondence, we had multiple emails regarding the short-term rental survey questions. And yes. And then the one email regarding the zoning amendments, right? Randy, can you send that to everybody?
I'm going to, I'm just
Okay,
going to do it right
thanks.
now. I'm gonna ask Deb to do that because
Okay. Actually, that's who we need next is Deb.
Excuse me, Reen. The correspondence previously referenced would be under the public hearing section addressing correspondence from Roth. Is that what we're talking, you're referencing?
Yes.
Roth.
I just forwarded it to Deb to forward
Okay.
to everybody.
And general correspondence, Kim Mangus had an STR survey correspondence, and if there's any others, if you could let me know the name and topic.
Okay. Can I give you a list?
I'd love it.
Okay, I will do that. Okay, and then we're ready for our reports from our zoning administrator.
Hi there.
Hi.
Is it warm in here or is it just me?
It's warm.
Anyway, is the white remote gone? Anyway,
We never seem to have it.
okay, anyway, you have my zoning report in your packet tonight. What do we have? 10 new permits. I ended this at 21. I think I'm on 26 as of today. A lot of activity going on in the community. We've got a lot of new builds. It's just a lot of activity going on. I did include a copy of the redacted order from Judge Stepka. It is in your package tonight. I know that my report gets to the board later, but I don't want anybody to feel that it's not being transparent.
I think
The order was,
forwarded before, wasn't it?
Yep.
the order was also signed back on April 2nd. I also included a nice little article on the uncompromising zoning administrator is not a bad person. So, just, it was actually written by, Mary Riley, who did your short-term rental, facilitator. Just, add a little credibility to it. Just because I enforce this stuff doesn't mean I necessarily always agree with it and want to say, yep, this is great, but this is my job, so this is what I do. Does anyone have any questions?
No, but appreciate it. And Mary went over that in our training as well.
Did she?
She did.
Ah, see, you got it too.
I really liked that article.
Yeah.
I wish everybody in the township would read it.
Yeah.
It'll be in my report to the board as well, but it definitely points out, and I don't know if she looked at it, but how little the zoning administrator has when it comes to immunity in this community,
Yeah.
in any community. I mean, we're really held to being required to enforce the way the ordinances are written. And if there's always an avenue, if somebody has a project, something they want to do, you go to the zoning board of appeals, or you come in with a text amendment, or you try to make changes. But all I can do is enforce what's written and the way it's written, and interpret what the meaning is behind it and why I do what I do. So anyway, thanks.
We
Thank you,
appreciate
Commissioner.
you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, chair report. So the joint meeting with the town board will be on May 14th, beginning at 6 p.m. Special note of that for myself. And
Location,
here,
I'll make sure.
yep. As of right now, it's here. I haven't heard otherwise. Yeah. And so we will not be staying for the entire meeting. They'll adjourn the joint meeting when we're done with the topics that we have on the agenda, and then they will open their board meeting. So the joint meeting topics are the short-term rental survey question review, the March 2027 state land division, the winery and cidery ordinance, and the 5-year capital plan. And then I'm going to check and see if they can give us time to discuss the annual report.
I was just thinking that we had a list of things we wanted to accomplish this year, and I wanted the township board to look at what we were planning on doing and saying, this is what we agree we want you to work on to help us, and we would like you to maybe prioritize this and this and this, that kind of design by the board, the interaction, so that we don't start something and they're going, but we need you to do this right now.
So if there's not enough time to cover 5 things, because it really depends on I think the most complicated topic is the survey. So, is that something that you could do in your PC report to the?
Oh, it could. I mean, that's the whole purpose of the annual report, is to describe the activities of the planning commission, what we have
Yeah,
on. So that was sent to them, and
we haven't gotten any feedback. I
there
don't
hasn't
believe.
been any feedback as far as, I think everyone's extremely busy trying to stay ahead of all the things that we have on our plates. And
Yeah.
So-
I mean, these are what we were having, that we had on our annual report.
Okay.
These 4, so
Right.
and that's probably the top ones
Okay.
because they came up with them.
Are you okay then with me not adding to the agenda?
I am, but they can add something to the agenda, right? If they want. Yes, so that'll work.
Okay.
How many of us are gonna be there? I can't make it.
I can't.
Yeah, I'll be there.
And Scott, I think you said you could be there.
Yes. There's one update though.
I believe I heard you say, Reen, that on the 14th, that meeting was at 6 p.m. It's actually at 6:30.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Remember, Wendy mentioned changing times doesn't always go over
Okay.
well.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, when you mentioned that. at the
Okay,
conference,
so
And here's the agenda, so.
May 14th at 6, yeah, you're right, it says it right there. Okay,
I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
That report that you're talking about presenting to the board, was that I assume it had the 2025 accomplishments
Mhm.
and then the 2026
What we
work
want,
plan?
what we
Mhm.
want to accomplish and look at.
Okay, was that published in
Yeah, they,
January maybe?
I think it was actually in March. It was,
they have a copy of it in the township board agenda packet somewhere. But
But
with
you could-
with everything that they have going on, they may not know what we're working on.
but if you want to review it, you can either send me a text and I'll send it to you or, yeah, it's in the March packet. Okay. So Scott, you're able to attend, right? And Rod, I think you could, and I'll be there, Michael, Randy, and Denise cannot. So just Sadie and Denise won't be there.
I'll be at the joint meeting.
Yeah. Did I just say that wrong?
Oh, yeah.
Denise and Sadie will not be there.
Okay.
Sorry, I looked at you and I said your name. Okay. Township Board Representative.
Yeah, well, you mentioned the joint meeting. Also, I would just report that the board did approve the rezoning of the land south of 72 and west of Broomhead. That was on April 13th. Also mentioned too that I've been working with Deb and Wendy on a new zoning map here to reflect the recent rezonings that we've had. We've had 3 or 4 of them. And a new map's being done. There was some delay in getting this because the county puts out a new parcel map every spring, and they have a new 2006 parcel map. So I'll underlay that underneath the zoning ordinance. The board's also still working its way through some comments from the attorney on the private road ordinance. So that's not dead. We haven't talked about that lately. And just the newsletter will be coming out here shortly. Another couple weeks or so.
Will that newsletter carry any of the STR survey?
There's mention of this upcoming survey and encouraging people to respond to that. Reen worked up a nice article for us to put in there.
Okay, ZBA, you have a hearing
Yeah,
coming
we
up.
do have one coming up at the end of the month. Yeah,
So you'll have a report in June.
I will have a report in June, yes.
Okay, we look forward to it. ROWG,
We did not have an April meeting. We have our next meeting on Tuesday next week, the 12th. And the plan is to review the CIP implementation, at least how the state requires different components of it to be implemented. And it's basically an introduction to all of the ROWG members. And we'll talk about how we could help. I think the big question that I anticipate is, will we be allowed to be hands-on in trying to build the database or the spreadsheets? And will we be asked to populate the data into the repository, however that is? So there's questions about how much of that work is to be delegated to the ROWG, or do we pass it on to somebody else? And all we're doing is, creating a work plan with, implementation guides. I don't know.
All good questions to talk about at the
Yeah,
meeting. Make
yeah.
sure we're all on the same page before we spend too much time.
And the good news is 5 of the 6 members for ROWG that were working on the STR have all volunteered to continue. So I think that, says it was successful for the very first pilot going through that group. The only person we lost was our chief.
Yay.
Rob,
Oh, boy.
could you tell me what time that meeting is?
7 o'clock.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, unfinished business, the Giffords Webster Bundle 2 schedule. Andy, are you still there? Okay.
Yep,
So-
of course. I think I've still got another thing to talk about later in the agenda. So I'm
Right.
still here, I'm listening. Just turn my camera off. Yeah, the bundle two, it's gonna be my recommendation that we just make sure we complete the bundle one and get bundle one adopted by the township board before we even begin anything on bundle two. Um, I think we should just make sure we're taking this one step at a time and make sure we're yeah, taking due care to review it. So thank you all for your due care in reviewing.
All right, and with that, we will move on to the winery and cidery ordinance. So,
Yep.
Giffords Webster, Andy in particular has given us, it's included in your packet, a review of the the winery's draft ordinance. We've also requested a legal review, but that we hope to have that for June, right?
Yeah, that looks like it'll be here for the June meeting. So that's just on the amplified music issue.
The legal question? Oh, the legal review? Okay. All right. Okay, Andy.
Yep. So
You're
I'm
up.
happy to just quickly concisely go over just the bigger issues. In the audit, we separated this audit by a couple different kind of topics. The first topic was just structural organizational formatting comments. I list out a few things there. I don't bold anything in green here. As you'll see, the green bold is kind of the things I think the planning commission should take the most concern about in terms of policy. So I don't really bold anything there. I obviously let me get through the bold stuff first, and then maybe we can talk about anything in this memo that you may have questions on. So I think moving down a little bit to the specific comments on individual provisions. The proposed 5.13B, which was the standard or the provision there regards um, uh, sorry, it should be 5.1 or 5.13A1B. I skipped the A1 there. It's the building coverage provision. We wanted to just ask the planning commission, do you think this 7,000 square feet building coverage provision should be applicable for all buildings on the lot, or is it just applicable to the associated wineries and tasting rooms? I think part of the reason we're doing this ordinance and considering this ordinance is to give agriculture some flexibility in adapting to maybe wineries and agritourism uses. And I think there's some properties that probably have some pretty large agricultural buildings, and maybe the owner isn't willing to maybe demolish those yet for a tasting room building. And those buildings are just going to inherently take up a lot of space. So I think you should consider maybe using a percentage instead of a 7,000 square footage rule, or at least maybe quantify a few agricultural properties and kind of see what kind of square footage some of these properties are looking at. And if they're all going over 7,000 easily, then I think we just need to put something bigger here. But I would suggest a percentage.
Randy, isn't that what you were talking about?
Mhm.
Yeah, which section are you?
On
It's
page 2.
page 2 or page 78
Okay,
of the packet.
I printed mine in black and white, so I'm,
Oh, yeah, sorry. I
Oh,
should have underlined it. Next time I'll underline for the black and
Yeah.
white purpose. It's not very accessible just to say green. I'm colorblind as well, so
oh,
I
so
should
it's,
know.
okay. So it's section, specific comments, number 1, section 513 dot B.
right. I think we'd kind of come to that conclusion as well, right?
We need to move to percentage.
Correct.
We can study that. I think with such large land, you might be looking at something like a 20 or 30%. I know in a lot of suburban communities, which you aren't really one of those, but a lot of suburban communities I work in have like a 40 or 50% for single family residential districts. So you probably don't want to build out anything that big because the properties are going to be very large, but maybe a 20% or somewhere in that range is worthwhile.
And when we're talking about the percentage, it would be the percentage of the total building coverage, not just the winery?
Yeah, of the total building. You should do the total building. Because if you're truly worried about, like, part of the reason with lot coverage is to consider stormwater management, drainage, um, nuisance fact affecting maybe making sure runoff doesn't affect the properties next to you. That all plays a part. So you want to probably consider all buildings on the premises.
So just for clarification too, if there's a proposed winery and it would be on more than one parcel, but you're defining the winery as being like a 10-acre parcel and a 30-acre parcel next to each other, then it would be the entire area that's defined as a winery that's presented as a special use, and you would take that to apply the percentage to? Does that make sense?
Are you asking for contiguous lots? Would you treat both as one zoning lot?
Yeah, I guess it's not unlikely that there would be more than one parcel involved in a winery.
That's a
Right?
good
So-
question. My gut says you treat contiguous owned lots as one zoning lot, meaning you're taking the lot coverage of them all together. Um,
I'm just thinking we should say that.
yeah.
I
So move to a percentage and clarify.
So when they come in with a
contiguous.
special use permit application for a winery, there would be potentially multiple parcels involved. They'd have to have 20 altogether, right? So then whatever acreage they have, then the percentage applies to the aggregate number of acres, and that's defined as the special use, right?
That's
Because if they
my,
had all their buildings concentrated on one portion of it, they might bump into a problem, right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I guess the other question around that would be if you had multiple operations, you have a winery, you have a distillery, you have a brewery.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Um, hey, do you license that as one organization, or is it, let's say they all come in as three different owners wanting to be in one property? Then how does this apply? And then you have, small plate, full plate, another person coming in. Are we able to define how many licenses or special use licenses would be consumed in that kind of an environment?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Andy, but I think that would be one special use for the whole project. And if you had multiple activities in there, that's how it's defined. Or
I
that's
would
how it-
think so. Yeah, I would think the applicant would want to list the activities and if there's multiple special uses requested, because maybe this is a special, the distillery is a special use, the cidery is a special use, and the uh, 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 corn maze is a special use. That's a horrible example. But the applicant would request a special use for all of that at once. And um, you'd review them individually, but it could be part of one special use kind of development, site plan, special use development package, in my opinion. But I would defer to maybe Ms. Graber on how she handles a site that is requesting multiple different special uses on one development, and if that's happened before. I don't know, sorry, that's just I kind of want to just defer to the local administrator in that instance, but that It's my interpretation. You could probably handle a couple, different
And
special
I would
uses.
deal with it if it comes up, but I haven't had it come up. And there again, this is going to be a unique situation. And they may want to create an LLC out of it and do, I mean, they're going to want to share in profits. And so there's probably a lot of other things that are going to come into play if three farmers decide they want to get into a
Well, if,
conglomeration of some sort.
if you did that and they all had special use licenses, multiples, it's to one address or one parcel or two parcels. Does that change the amount of square footage that would be?
No, because it's right now as written,
Thanks, David.
we're talking about building coverage, not like land use coverage, if that makes
Okay.
sense. And the special use would run with the land, not similar to the previous conversation we had. So the property owner would be the kind of the holder of the special land use. They would just be okay to rent space to potential LLCs or businesses to do this portion of the special use or this portion of the special use. In the end, the property owner is the ultimate person responsible for it. Are we okay with that 5.13B for now, clarifying a percentage?
Yeah,
Moving to a percentage that's sensible in light of large sites that need a little bit of flexibility for, perhaps phasing out old agriculture buildings and building new tasting room buildings per se. Also clarifying that contiguous parcels make up the zoning lot. So you're able to take the aggregate of all of the parcels that are contiguous, that are touching each other, and base the square footage off the coverage off that larger, broader site. Okay. Next point was the very next provision in that section of 5.13A1C. I just suggest clarifying what may happen in that 100-foot setback. That can be beneficial to you and the zoning administrator. So currently it reads as just principal or accessory buildings need to be set back 100 feet. But, maybe the planning commission should consider if like temporary buildings such as tents or parking lots or like heavily used site elements. Let's say there's a game area, like a volleyball court or a horseshoes area or something. Is there? I mean, should that be in the setback? Um, Food trucks are in this section further. Should these be in the setback? I think clarifying this will be important. And I'm not going to tell you the right or wrong. I mean, if you're worried about sound, maybe you want to have some of that stuff set back a little bit. But I think it's a policy decision by planning commission to say, okay, we want our buildings set back 100 feet. Do we want to allow for uses, games, food trucks, etc., to be in the 100-foot setback? Do they need a setback? Any thoughts there?
well, you guys have the packet that I emailed, or Ibrahim emailed you guys. I did do some research on that, because we had talked about that at the last meeting as well. I do think that a total ban is a little bit restrictive. When I was looking up more, like, I even said in there in the first paragraph about that, about the modern zoning, that they're trying to, Michigan Agricultural Tourism Advisory Commission put out a whole booklet that you can look up online, and they're really trying to promote people to understand that there's other ways to promote like the use of that land, if that's their only way to utilize a place for a temporary tent or overflow parking. And I do think we've done a good job so far on this ordinance, is writing it as like individual site plan review, because it is going to be individualized depending on where somebody's gonna put it and how much land they're putting it on. So, and I did like a proposed revision of that section C, and it says that, within that setback, the parking is allowed along with temporary tents, but there is like, if, like, for example, in the parking section, unpaved or gravel overflow parking is permitted, provided it is screened from adjacent residential dwellings by a landscape or buffer. So if that's needed, because there might be areas where that's not needed, like if it's a 100-foot setback, and we were just talking about contiguous parcels, but next to whoever's land that is farm property or there's no residents, then why do we care if they have overflow parking in that 100-foot setback? If it's residential next door, then yeah, I think that we would have to require that they do some sort of a buffer system or to prevent noise. And then with the tents, you know, the biggest thing I looked up with that was these are temporary tents. I mean, we even wrote in here that no more than 72 consecutive hours, and somewhere else it's like 48 hours before and 48 hours after the event, they have to be down. So this isn't, it's not like a tent is constantly going to be there. And if, as long as you're addressing the safety standards to keep it 20 feet from property lines so that the fire safety, then I think that addresses the biggest concern with a tent being there, that you're considering the safety standards of that, right? Like you can't just put a tent that blocks everything. So, and then I agree with what he said about game areas, you know, if that's your only area really to set up things like that, and it's not next to something that's gonna be causing a nuisance, as long as we're writing this language that it's gonna keep the nuisance from the neighbor and protect it from commercial activity, I don't see why we have to be so restrictive in that 100-foot setback, but that's my personal opinion. That's what I was seeing a lot in the research I did, so.
Well, we would be seeing we'd be doing a site plan review, and so if we thought there was a problem, we could add a condition.
Absolutely, absolutely.
If you had, say, the buffer between Elk Lake Road and a farm property, and it's 100 feet, and you set up food trucks or children's games in that buffer, that's where I would worry. You know, it's from a safety point of view, that maybe that would require some fencing to keep people from roaming.
And maybe in that site plan review, that's where we would
Something
say, like,
like
that
that.
doesn't seem right.
Yeah.
But I think that what we're gonna run into is problems where there are people that are trying to do this and they have a 100-foot setback and say it's long and narrow, or they own the property next door or they're not, there's nothing there that's gonna bother it. And if they want to put their tent right there where it's visible and that's the best space because this part of the property is all planted crops, or they have other existing buildings. I mean, as long as they're following this and we look at their site plan review and say that's not gonna cause a nuisance and that's gonna be safe, then I think that this addresses that, but I don't know how everybody feels about that.
I think the whole point in bringing this up was that we originally talked about 100-foot setback as being some sort of a green belt or buffer around that would protect property owners, but that really only, as we find out, is only for buildings, accessory and principal buildings. So we need to drill down into what's permitted in that 100-foot. And you know, you could also have a project where that's happening on a property and then the neighbor doesn't have a house there yet, but may in the future want to put a house there. So you kind of have to think about future impacts as well.
Yeah, and having a tent in the 100-foot setback depends on what's in the tent. If you're having a wedding party in the tent, that just eliminates the noise buffer that we're trying to achieve for the neighborhood. So I think a little bit more detailed work on that would be helpful.
Yeah, I still feel like we go back to the site plan review to, you know, because then we're looking at the context of the property and instead of making the wording of the ordinance, you know, more onerous or complicated, that we can control it with conditions in the site review. Does that
Okay.
make sense to you, Denise?
I,
You're still worried about that?
I'm particular about noise issues because noise carries, and I believe in property rights, but noise just escapes the owner's property line. It just keeps going. So even though everybody wants their property rights, they don't want to say, oh, no, the noise can't leave my property. So that's the hardest thing to control. And I think primarily for most people, that's their most, their number one issue.
Mhm.
It's just noise. We moved out to live in a rural area so we could be closer to nature and to get away from buildings and people in the city. And then, we want to somehow maintain that rural character with setbacks or buffering, landscaping. They do it through trees when they do, not for wineries and cideries, but for some states in particular, like Oregon, they have clear cutting and they don't bring it to the road. They have a 60-foot band of setback from the road. So when you're driving down the road, you see all these trees, but if you look really closely through the trees, you could see that there's nothing there. That's kind of what, to me, what setbacks and buffering does, the appearance.
So
My perspective, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I appreciate the comment about the site plan review and the need for that. I worry about our capacity to do a thorough site plan review in the township where we don't have a professional planner on staff to do that. We don't, normally, if this were a larger township, you would have a planner who would look at the site plan review, would offer comments, review it in terms of potential landscaping, additions, mounding, the details, and actually work with the property owner to do that. And then before it would even get to the planning commission, we don't have that capacity here.
We are doing our pre-review,
We are.
and I would expect, like for myself, that I would go visit the property before the pre-review meeting so that I would know, okay, there's a house that's quite close, or I'm just concerned about, I think noise is just so difficult to control, even with berms and trees and stuff. And
Okay.
so,
So if there's pushback from the applicant who says, I don't want to put the landscaping in there, or I don't want to do
want
this.
the tent to go
and-
there.
Pardon me, or I don't want the fence there. I don't want,
Can you say?
it's a process that generally plays out in larger communities during 8 to 5.
This
You
is
know.
a special use
It is.
application. And everything you're saying is very relevant. What you're saying with noise and buffering and all those things are important. But I think we could spend hours on trying to if you tripled the buffer and it became like, this is what it's gotta be. It's still special use, we can still deny it. But you could have situations where they're like, you gave me the criteria, it's 300 foot and there's a house there. And that's not the right place for this tent.
Mhm.
But you did the buffer, we tripled it. Well, that's not gonna do anything for sound. I really think that this type of process, the special use gives us the power to say, hey, these are guidelines. And you need to take these guidelines, they're not used by right, they're guidelines, and on top of the guidelines that we have, or minimum criteria that you shouldn't exceed. But then within that criteria, you need to make a site that's gonna really win us over, and it better respect noise and the community around you. And if you have a bunch of acreage and a bunch of crops, and you can go right up to that corner, right? It's a good point that someone might buy that eventually, but
Well, yeah, I guess too, I look at, in my mind, replaying some of the special uses that have gone through the planning commission, even back years ago, that what I saw, there was very little conversation about that kind of stuff. The township hasn't, we're getting better, don't get me wrong, but I think there's a lack of capacity in a smaller township like this to really
Well,
do
if your special use process doesn't dictate or advocate for the community and a good layout in a project, then that's an issue above and beyond the language we're talking about. That's how I feel about this, because the special use designation for this is so important to me. And like I said, I mean, we could write language that perfectly addresses everything you say. But it depends where the piece of property is. It depends who the neighbors are. It
It's
depends-
allowing no creativity otherwise.
You've got to look at it holistically, comprehensively, have guidelines. And I think this is to your point, we could just continue to try to create restrictions, which are important. They're all important, but I think the restrictions need to come in when you do the evaluation of the site and the special use submittal and the use. And that's extremely important. I've been through special use processes and I've gone through the ringer. I've gone through months and months and months of resubmittals. And I would hope that that's what happens.
Well, I would, if that's the scenario, I'm in, you know,
I mean,
no doubt about it, but,
I mean, that's the
but
way it
that's
should-
not been the scenario here. It's
Well,
been,
Yeah.
it's been,
That's the way it should be.
It should
especially
be.
for something like this.
Right.
Right.
okay.
I've got to stop us because we're at 10:10. So I need a motion to continue the meeting beyond the 3-hour point. I'm hopeful that Bernie is still hanging in there on Zoom for the STR survey review. Can I get a motion?
I move that we continue the meeting past the 3-hour mark with the intention of having a break after the winery
Okay.
survey discussion.
A second merchant.
All in favor? Any opposed? I'm sort of opposed, but I got to get through this.
I know.
So,
And the flip side of what you're saying is going through a discussion. Some people just want to come in, just tell me what I need to do and I'll do it. They don't want, they have a plan in their mind and they're going to do it and they'll make it work. They don't want to have this back and forth. It just takes too long. And to me, it's easier, and I hate to say this, it's easier for me to know the rules so I know how to get around them really quick. It's in black and white. And I go, okay, how about this? And they can, well, you're right. We can't stop you from doing that. And I see that there might be, I think someone has come in the past and met with somebody on the PC and they got a feel for whether something would work or that what they wanted to do would be acceptable. And they were told maybe not at this time. And they didn't even proceed because of the difficulties of working with the residents of the township. So I don't know. I find, but I have lived in a rule-based lifestyle. So I hesitate to give you this example, but you needed to get something done. So I called the office and they said the person that wants the business needs to report it. So they reported it. So I called back and they said, well, it was a light in the parking lot that was out. So once I knew that, then I said, what do I need to do now? And they said, well, we need 100 for a proposal to send out for bid. We need 100 bulbs lit out. And I said, how many do you have on the list now? And they said 71. So I went out and I wrote down all the light posts, which are all numbered at night because maintenance only works 8 to 5. And I went out at night and I wrote down at least 40 poles that needed lights, called it back in the next day, gave it to them, and then they looked it up and then they verified and the proposal went out and they got the light fixed in the parking lot of the store. But I could only do that because there were rules and they had to follow them. And I once I knew the rules, I could follow them. So that's why people like rules. They like to go, no, just tell me what I need. And I don't even care if there's a building there. this doesn't have to be pretty, but this is where I can put it.
I guess with this process, the rules are you have to submit site plan, you have to go through pre-review, you have to submit a site plan, there has to be a public hearing, there has to be public comment. There's just there aren't use by right rules within this language. They are guidelines and maybe I'm speaking wrong to that, but there's a level of subjectivity that the community, or the body with the community's input can make decisions, and based on the spirit of the language, the spirit of it, which again, it's just very difficult. And I know you're saying use by right all day long. You know, you have ordinance and you have zoning, and you have, these are the rules. Special use permits are by definition different than that process. So you cannot say I'm going to do this because I can do this because of this language. You have to work with the community, and then you have to work with the body that's overseeing your project to get it approved. And again, I would hope, if I'm involved, that process is going to hear from the public. There's going to be extensive research done on their submittal and understanding their site and the sites around it, and the benefit of their design, and with the spirit of the language. So it's sort of the same thing in a different way, but I understand what you're saying about rules, but the problem with special use is you have to advocate for your project versus following or getting around rules or being right within them, you know? So that's a little bit of the difference.
I agree with what you're saying. I guess I'm seeing the scenario where somebody brings a special use project to the planning commission. It's been through a pre-review. They show a drawing here, and is this planning commission going to say, no, this is not acceptable because you need to do more landscaping here. You need to move this parking lot over here. You need to do this and that in order to make this acceptable to the residents. And if you do, then we'll approve it.
I mean, my thought is they go in for a pre-review, and then somehow we talk to the planner, and she maybe does a soft.
We don't have a, Deb is a zoning administrator. We have.
But isn't there a pre-review? Is that with us then?
It's usually with two PC members and
For completion.
Usually I go to staff.
Oh, for
or I go to a committee.
Isn't that what we did with AIS? We said
Well, that,
conditions, yeah.
conditions
that-
and
that's not the best example because we don't have a really clear landscaping and mounting plan for that area.
I guess
We don't have it. We didn't approve it. So that
Right.
is a problem. And
I mean, I guess,
showing us a hiccup in our process. And I'm saying that we need to have a stronger site plan review and special use approval process if what you're saying is going to work. And I'm not opposed to that. I'm just saying parallel to having a more general zoning ordinance, we've got to have something, and maybe it involves having something like Giffords Webster review site plans as well. And, you know, as a contract and the fees, I mean, that's a possibility, or another firm, or sorry, Andy, I guess, but I'm just saying a consultant that can review the plan and offer you some professional planning advice on how to approve a special use and site plan.
I would rather focus on the process, like you're saying, and have a
Okay.
very specific process that includes maybe paying a consultant.
Okay.
And my experience is I've always gone to staff first to get the temperature.
Well, and your projects have been in Traverse City where there is a
And-
staff
and-
and there is a planning staff. and
Well,
there
and
is-
I would think that, I mean, our planner could be the first step and take a submittal, not a formal step, but a pre-step, and then say,
For
and
completion.
then get it to us and get some feedback.
and see how complicated the project
Off
is.
the record, you know?
If it's
Just-
not a big complicated project, or if it's a big complicated project, then we're gonna say this is gonna require official planner to look at it, right?
Yeah. So if we could come up with a formal process, I think, do we have language on that already or in this or not?
There is language in there about that the planning commission the township can require a review
Okay.
by either engineering or planning.
And then there's a pre-review by us, is that?
Yeah, and
correct?
that's really, as Randy's saying, that's really more about that they've got all their ducks in a row that
Have they submitted
they're
it?
showing us.
They need to provide a complete topo of the site, you know, or not. You know, is it, we don't want to cause developers and people doing projects to spend money unnecessarily on things. If there's, we don't need it, we don't need it.
I think but I also think that as a commission, we have to be comfortable making conditions and we have to be comfortable saying no to things. And as, and you know this, Randy, this is my pet peeve. We need to see final drawings before approval is given, even if it means that they have to come back.
Exactly. And so the planning commission needs to have the resolve to say, this is not complete, this is not adequate, we're not approving it until it is. And that drawing is in front of the planning commission, not in the office, not just submitted in front of you at the meeting, saying, I see this plan, I agree with it, I'm approving it.
Yep. Okay, let's keep moving. We still have some more to do. Obviously, this is an area that we need to continue looking at. Okay,
Yep.
Andy.
Yep, I can continue. So I just put a note that there's just differing sentiments on that one between being very clear about what can be in the setback or leaving it up to PC during this special use review. My next key bolded comment was pertaining to the subsection small e there, right? But two provisions below what we just talked about. The food service. So the food service is allowed provided that the winery obtains all necessary permits for such food service. That provision. Our point was that it seems like there could be kind of a loophole that allows for facility to essentially turn into maybe a grocery store of sorts. And maybe that's an option you want to give the use is allow them to have, you know, a nice farm or a nice I guess maybe like a fresh foods grocery store. I mean, there's a benefit to that, and that's your decision. But I wanted to point out my note here was that maybe this is intended to be an option to allow for full flexibility of uses in conjunction with wineries. And if this type of flexibility should be allowed. Um, Furthermore, there's a similar concern about maybe restaurants, maybe a wine, the food service associated with the winery to maybe turn into a full service restaurant as well. That was what I was reading. I don't know if this was discussed maybe at a past meeting, but I think it'll be nice to know whether Planning Commission wants guardrails on limiting retail food of groceries and limiting full service restaurants.
We did, so we did talk on this at the last meeting or 2 meetings ago, actually. And so this part of the packet that I gave you guys, I had given to you last meeting as well for a revision of section E because we did know that number 1 and number 4, E1 and 4 were kind of contradicted each other. So to
Okay.
separate it for not becoming a daily restaurant, if you look on page 2 of the packet I gave you, E, there's a separation to define the differences from standard daily services, operational hours, and expanded meal services, which would be complete meals, and that those are only permitted during events and special promotional activities, which later I looked up a lot of information, and special promotional activities are actually regulated by the MLCC and how many you can actually have per year. And I can't remember the number. It's in this packet of how many you can have.
Okay.
3. You can have 3 days per calendar month of promotional brand activities per the MLCC, and that's regulated by them. So, and you have to notify the MLCC 5 days in advance of your promotional activity. So a promotional activity as defined by the MLCC, because we were really struggling with, this is getting ahead of this part of the section, but we were struggling with how we were defining that, because anything could be a promotional activity, but technically it can't. If you're giving anything out that's related to your product, wine glasses that they get to take home with them, T-shirts, anything like that, that's a promotional activity, and you're limited of how many you can have per calendar month by the MLCC. So you couldn't be doing these full service meals daily if you're only limiting it to those promotional activities or an event, which we define later. So if we restrict, the one that I propose is that we're restricting small plates for a daily service, which is that's not uncommon in wineries to have small plates, soups and snacks, and to set the operational hours, but then the expanded meal services are only with events or the promotional activities. And with those, the complete meals, obviously, if a winery is going to give a complete meal, then they have to have a commercial kitchen and the licensing to do that. Or we could allow them to have number 5, catering, so catered foods allowed in conjunction with events. But again, you have to have the setup that a caterer requires to be on your property. So I don't know how you guys feel about that. I feel like that, I wish that you could see this, Andy, the packet that I made, but I feel like it divides it better, and it definitely makes it so that you couldn't just be serving meals all day long and become essentially a restaurant.
Okay, yeah, that's
That makes
great. It's
sense?
really nice to know the MLCC restriction on food related or food service events.
Well, it's
Um,
only on promotional activity events, but we can restrict that they can only serve full meals at those promotional activity events, which you're restricted to only 3 a month. So
okay,
if that's what we wanted to do.
I got it. Yep, I'm taking notes here. We can
Mhm.
definitely look into that. How does Planning Commission feel about the yeah, the promotional activities food service cap? So it sounds like promotional activities are something that the MLCC
Regulates.
there's language in their administrative rules or in their statute on promotional activities themselves,
Mhm.
right? So I mean, I think we should probably look into how promotional activities are defined based on the MLCC's
Yeah.
rules. Um, because I made a note further down that I think in terms of zoning language, like and I'm trying to read this as like a zoning person and a planner that's worked for, has seen event centers and banquet halls and things like that and zoning ordinances across the state. I made a note on 5 below in my memo here that maybe the naming convention should be more towards events large and events small than promotional activities versus what was the other term? Promotional activities versus events, right? Those were kind of the two activity terms that were used in the draft language. I don't think those are super intuitive to the common person and in common zoning ordinances. But if those are terms that are used in the MLCC's rules, then maybe we should use them, and I just need to brush up on them.
They don't use events. They don't really define that other than, they do define the promotional activities and how many you can legally have. But as far as like the events, that's something that we've been struggling with. And it's been the topic of a lot of the conversations, how we're gonna do that. And at first it was, we've been talking about capping the number, 100 or more, 100 or less, which is essentially what you said, small or large. But the more I looked into it in order to make more sense of it, what a lot of people are doing or townships are doing is they're turning more to a safety-based model. So it's like a middle ground strategy instead of doing large and small. So it's impact-based rules, safety first occupancy, and like a tiered zoning. So with the tiered zoning model, which you can find in a couple different places online for agritourism and how they define events related to agritourism is they're doing them by tiers. And
I love that approach, by the way, and I kind of talk about that at the end of the memo.
yeah, you did,
We
you
should
did, and I
probably
think
do
that's
that.
great.
Yeah.
And Andy, I did just email you a copy of Sadie's document, so you've got it as
Okay.
well.
Great.
Yeah. So I did do a lot of different research in that, and I even put some language in here about the tiered events. So they're on page,
Thank you. The page number.
there's a lot of information, but then I'm also looking at. Okay, so if you go to page 12, that gives you a quick rundown. He put them as like a level of impact you did on your tiered events, but if you did category 1 is a low impact, so that's a use by right, which use by rights for wineries would be, or most agricultural areas are purely agricultural driven, and they don't have almost no impact on the neighbors. So that'd be a roadside stand, you pick strawberries, corn maze. It's really just, it's a by right meaning of that kind of operation. Those are like day-to-day things. That's a low impact event. They do those every day. Their corn mazes are open every day. A category 2 would be a moderate impact, and that would have a little bit more regulations. And that would be activities that bring more people and might create some traffic or noise, but are still clearly about farming, which is like wine pairing with classes, farm to table dinners, hay rides, etc. And the township usually allows these, but put sideboards on them, like time frames and how many people can attend them. You can do it that way. And then the high impact would be, these are where the entertainment starts to overshadow farming, and these are the highest potential for noise, lights, and traffic. So these are being recognized as a high impact event, which would be large weddings, private rentals, and festivals. And we've already established it's really hard legally to tell, I mean, essentially you can't tell a winery they can't have a wedding, like, so you can't do that, but you can, by making these categories and these tiered and how you regulate it, you can do it that way. And a lot of it comes down to safety standards and yeah, all that, which I put in here. I mean, it's a lot of information, I know you guys, but
Yeah, and this is just that's so much to consider, and I think it's maybe for like a agritourism ordinance in a larger overarching scale too than just a wineries ordinance. And that was kind of my note in the at the end of the memo was that, maybe we fit these into agritourism as a whole and not just wineries.
right.
And because I'm in complete agreement with you that this is really the direction we should go in terms of how agritourism picks up little mini accessory uses, as they adapt and as they grow, as they shrink, as they get a new idea.
Yeah, I did put on page 13, there's a new like proposed definition for agritourism, including these categories of low, high, or low, moderate, and high impacts too.
Yeah.
So, which you had talked about that we do need to probably define that better, which I agree.
Mm-hmm.
So
we
sorry.
kind of skipped for a moment, but I think how does the planning commission feel about moving towards defining a tiered or category, low impact, moderate impact, high impact, um, accessory activities scale for agritourism? Do you all like that approach? Because to be honest, I really like it because I think it's it's a way to allow flexibility, but also allow PC to review the big stuff.
Yeah. What falls into the categories, the tiers is probably up for discussion.
Yeah, which we need to provide you actual language on in a kind of a formal sense, but Ms. Merchant's provided, a good idea of what this can look like.
Yeah.
So I think that's good as well. I guess I just hope we don't get too far off of getting this winery ordinance in
Okay.
place to, so we don't, I mean, I think there may be another add-on to this later that builds on that framework that you're talking about, but that we need to
Okay.
hope we get closure on the winery stuff.
I get that.
seems to me that somewhere in the three levels, the MLCC takes over some of the control that the township has
It does, and that's,
implemented, and that's where, you know, I don't know, do we cross that line in this
well, if we get the
particular
answer to that,
district?
we should tell Old Mission, because they just, there was just a news article about the court denied their preliminary injunction on food service, their dispute on that, because they weren't clear on exactly where the their description of food service overlaps with what the MLCC says. So, but that decision went in the township's favor.
It went in their favor because the judge said the language was vague, so you couldn't really put a yes or no on one side or another, and so there's an advantage to being vague.
Okay.
Should I keep going the bolded? I think we kind of need to put a footnote
Yeah,
in with
I'd
that.
I'd like to wrap it up.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, you can, if you want to wrap it up and just ask if there's maybe any other questions, and maybe I don't go through the bold. I mean, we still have about 4 or 5 more bolded points here.
So maybe fast forward here, do we want
Okay.
to agree to have Giffords Webster write another version of this, or are we based upon the comments and your input and cipher it out and give us a new version? Is that?
Yeah.
When you write another version, are you gonna give us some proposed language?
We can.
Okay, yeah. So the packet that Reen sent you then, there is some ideas of some proposed language based off of some of the issues that we talked about, so.
Yeah, I see this.
Yeah.
It's very thorough, and I see
Okay.
the highlights and the references. Yep, thank you.
Well, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, I just want to point out too that we did provide a sample noise ordinance as well, so just keep that in mind in the meantime, that we did provide some language. It's pretty detailed. The township should consider the level of code enforcement and if it's, realistic and feasible within the township's code enforcement abilities.
Thank you so much for that. Do we have any other questions for Andy before we let him go?
I guess my only question was on the decibel level for the noise ordinance. It was an abbreviation that I had not quite seen before. It was decibel, but something else. It wasn't. I can't find.
Well, there's different types. So we did A-weighted decibels, which is more
Page
like
81.
everyday,
Okay.
the things everyday hear, like an everyday ear hears, like conversation and things like that. Then there's C-weighted, which is like loud booms and bangs and things like that. And then there's G-weighted, which is more which is infrasound, which to my knowledge, that's like hums and buzzes and
Data centers.
yeah, that's one of those things that people are concerned about with data centers, the hums and whatnot.
Okay. All right. Thank
Yep.
you.
All right, thanks, Andy.
Yep. Thank you.
You
Talk to you
Thank
soon.
you.
All right.
didn't lose Bernie.
Bernie, are you still there?
Yes. Good.
Can you unmute?
I am here.
Oh, Bernie, thank you so much for sticking it out. I was so optimistic as to when we were going to get to this. All right.
Let it never be said that the Whitewater Township Planning Commission does not thoroughly discuss and consider issues.
Yeah. So what you have in your packet is draft number 2 based on feedback that we received from the public as well as from the PC. And so we're gonna go through that and see if anybody has any modifications they want to make. Bernie, can you kind of go through and discuss and go over the changes for each question that were made?
I think I can do that.
Okay.
On the first page, I noticed that, and Kelly, I guess, took all of the recommendations that you sent him and incorporated it into draft 2. And I noticed that the part where we talk about the need to have a balance between men and women in the survey, that was all deleted. Now, I'm fine with that, but my only concern is that we may end by not asking for the youngest person in the household, we're going to end up with a sample that will be unduly old from the population. And the other thing is that hopefully we'll not end up with 75% women or 75% men in the survey, because that can make it skewed in terms of comparing it to the online and written survey, which goes to everyone, including multiple people in the household. And that's the only thing that I noted that I wanted to comment on. But the only change between the first survey and this one is on the set of questions 11 through 15 about the concerns of allowing short-term rentals. And we went from 8, I think, concerns down to totally wiping out what was there before and inserting these overcrowding of parking and or the home, impact on housing availability in the housing market, enforcement of existing and or new ordinances, impact on the neighborhood and or cohesion of the community, responsible management and accountability of the property. Then the next changes on the we inserted a question that asked basically whether that any of those concerns that were asked about the list I just read, do you currently have any of these concerns with your current neighbors? And if necessary, that list will be read to them, but we just asked them initially which one which ones are of a concern. And then the next section is little change, well, a couple of changes in terms of the benefits of allowing short-term rentals. And we went from, I think 8, we deleted a couple, and these are the ones that we kept, which are pretty much the same, except we added some language on a couple of them. And then on the next section, that is pretty much the same as it was, but on question 27, we added subdivisions, and that was requested as a change. And then we asked about requirements. That's 29 through 36, and that is largely what we had before, but there were a couple of deletions, and let's see, a couple of minor changes. And then on question 37, that was changed from, it was old 42. That was changed instead of a favor or opposed to a, do you think it should limit the maximum number of people allowed in short-term rental, just yes or no? And then the new question, there's a new question 38, which asks them how many people, if in fact they say yes, it should be, there should be a maximum. We ask those people who said yes, how many there should be on question 38. And then on 39, there's a minor change in the wording of the question that was there before. In order to enforce rules and regulations, again, that was changed from agree, disagree to a yes, no. And then question 40, that asks whether or not corporations or entity that owns a home should be allowed to have short-term rentals. And then 41 is old 45 with some changes. In some tourist areas, homes are purchased by outside corporations or investment entities, asking how much of a concern that is. And that is the same as what we had before with some minor changes. Then we asked the question again about that we asked earlier in the survey about whether short-term rentals should be allowed with no restrictions, allowed but have restrictions, then short-term rentals should not be allowed under any circumstances. And then why did you favor it? And then we added a question. Do you think there should be a limit on the total number of short-term rentals? That is a new question. Among those who say yes, we ask what percentage of residential housing should be allowed for short-term rentals in the township. And then we ask them, why do you oppose it? And then I believe there's no changes in the demographic breakouts, except on question 50, we added north of M72 and east of Elk Lake Road, north of 72 and west of Elk Lake Road, I can't talk, Elk Lake Road, south of M72 and east of Williamsburg Road, and south of M72 and west of Williamsburg Road, and then volunteered that if they're not a township resident, they would say that. And then as you say, your residence that is expanded from old 53 to the new 51 to add commercial area, agriculture, industrial area, residential area, and shoreline or water. That was there before. Other residential area or subdivision, recreation area, and then just age and gender. We did delete income from the survey. And so we went from 56 questions down to 53. And those in a nutshell are the changes that Kelly made based on the information that he was sent by the Planning Commission.
All right, comments from the Planning Commission? Anybody want to begin? Scott? None?
None.
Rod?
I think it addressed some of the issues that were discussed in the last meeting. I have no question.
Okay. Sadie?
My only question was number 37, I think is confusing to me. I can see how it can be confusing to somebody. Are we asking if the township should say if the township should say how many should occupy it instead of what the actual capacity of the house is approved for?
There's no
right, like there's no, so I think that whole question's confusing because I thought that we established last time that you can't, there's no like capacity.
Right, but so we're asking the public if they think there should be a limit on how many people can be in a bedroom. Or the maximum number of people allowed in a short
I
term.
think it's just that first line in there, like I don't.
So I think that's what shows up like in the listing, like on Airbnb.
Right, yeah, I get that. I don't know. I just think it's a kind of a confusing question, but maybe it's just me.
I had I thought there was a little worded difficult to interpret. That's
I get what we're asking, and I think we need
Yeah.
to ask that, but I just don't know if there's.
If there's a clearer, Bernie, is there
Yeah, I don't-
maybe
is
a
it just
clearer
me?
way to state it?
If you added the end of that, for me, and I think it would help, which maybe not, but if you said the do you think it should limit the maximum number of people allowed in a short-term rental through the rental license issued?
Well, we just deleted the first sentence. And
Right.
just asked if Whitewater Township developed an ordinance allowing short-term rentals, do you think it should limit the maximum number of people allowed in a short-term rental?
I'm saying through the license issued for the rental. I mean, to me, I don't know, that adds clarity. Because every rental will have a license and every license will be unique to the rental. Does that make sense? Because it's not gonna be a blanket, every short-term rental has a maximum of this many number.
Right.
It's more specific to the license that's issued to that short-term rental.
And we
'Cause it
don't
will
need
be a
to-
license.
Which is based on the number of bedrooms and the.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, because right now I just feel like it's saying like across the board, like doesn't matter what size your house is. That's how I read it. And I'm like, that doesn't really make any sense. Like,
Well,
that's how I read it. Like across the board, if you have a huge house, there's only 3 people. Like, what if there's
Well, then the question 38 says, do you think the maximum occupancy limit per
yeah, per
bedroom?
bedroom.
Did 37 say per bedroom?
38, what do you think the maximum occupancy limit per bedroom? So
Well, we're asking, in 37, we're asking him, do you think that we should say what it should be? In number 38, we're asking. do
If
you-
they say yes, then they go to
Then they go to
38.
that, yeah.
Then we ask them.
Yeah,
Right.
okay,
yeah,
got it.
So
I'm still not giving up on, I believe that there is statements somewhere that I've come across that said maximum of 2 people per bedroom.
Well, I did speak to the health department and it's not based on the septic system, so
Okay.
I'm not sure
All right.
where you're remembering that, but I think I've been told that verbally when I went into the health department for a permit, but it's not in writing anywhere. So it might be a rule of thumb, but they would not,
Well,
they wouldn't put anything in writing or send me anything saying
I
that.
think in all of the townships that the ROWG was looking at,
Definitely.
all of those that have short-term rental capabilities of managing that environment, it is 2 people per bedroom.
So what we were typically seeing was 2 people per bedroom plus 2 or 2 people per bedroom plus 1.
Yes.
So, yeah, no, you're right. It's in the ordinances the ordinances that we looked at, it was definitely based on number of bedrooms for the majority of them.
Take that particular question and run it up into organizations that deal with that? I don't know who it is. Michigan State, I would think, has some position on this.
Okay,
If not Michigan State, we need to find the source of why everybody that has written these
Has based it on-
programs is saying
Mhm.
2 or 2 plus 1.
Yeah.
I feel very uncomfortable putting a question like that out to the public as if we don't know. I think there is a number out there.
By the way, the previous question was question 42 read occupancy of a housing unit and septic system is generally calculated as 2 persons per bedroom. If occupancy limits are included in a short-term rental regulation, would you favor or oppose setting occupancy limits above 2 people per bedroom? That's the way the question was asked before.
Right,
So-
and we couldn't get any verification that that was actually true.
Couldn't
Okay.
document that at the health department. They say it's like 1,000 gallons per bedroom or some kind of thing. They don't equate it directly with people. So it's like gallons of water per bedroom in their
Right,
ordinance.
it is based on bedrooms, but not on number of
But
people
not
in
on
the
people,
bedrooms.
right?
yeah.
Okay. Oh, me. So I had a question, and this is one that I know we didn't change, but I was just thinking about, there are areas, especially on the waterfront where, there are some very, very small properties. And so if we're rounding to the nearest whole number, I feel like that's going to skew the information. And I do think that property size could be an important piece of information in terms of how people are feeling about short-term rentals. So I'm wondering if we could change that to either square footage or make it square footage or acreage. Because there are definitely properties that are much less than 1 acre. And so rounding up is going to skew things.
Question 3,
Yes. Or give a range.
Oh, on this.
or change the question of how many acres of property do you own in Whitewater Township? Or do you own property that is less than 1 acre?
Yeah, something like that.
Would that work? And then have a response that would number of acres or less than 1 acre.
I need to think about it, but that was my concern.
Okay. Now, could you let Kelly know how you'd like to change that? But I mean, that is one way that I think may solve the problem.
Okay. And then this is something that I want to put out to the PC. So we've got question 50, how would you describe where your property in Whitewater Township is located? And then 51, would you say your residence is in a commercial, agricultural, industrial area? And I understand the reason for the 2 questions, but it just seems slightly redundant.
It might be perception too. Some people may be in a district where, you know, like a 5 acre minimum, but they have 50, 60 acres. So, you know, that's what I'm thinking, that they feel like they're in a more open space. I don't know, just off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Well, do does residential properties exist in commercial areas, agricultural areas, industrial areas?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
And do you think people would realize that indeed their home is in a residential or in a commercial or agricultural area?
That
They
I'm not as
probably-
sure about. And we also have some split zoned lots that are agricultural and residential, so I'm not sure how I think then they're just going to be basing their response to 51 on their perception.
Right, like I live next to a farm, I live in ag, but really they're zoned residential, but they're right next to it. It's confusing.
I don't know. I don't know if it's an issue. I wanted to put it out to you guys.
Option in there, I don't know.
Mhm.
Undecided, yeah.
Mhm.
You know, the only question would be is whether or not there are differences in terms of where people have their property, not only as it's described in question 50, but also if there's any differences between the opinions on short-term rentals among those who live among commercial or agriculture or industrial. And if you don't ask it, well, then I guess you won't find out if there's any differences.
Yeah. Does anybody have an issue with it or a suggestion? Okay, then we'll just leave it. Michael, did you have anything?
No.
I was hopeful I saw that red.
No, these are your comments.
Randy?
This is a quick question, Bernie. Can you once again describe the reason for doing both a online survey and a phone survey? I've heard comments from people saying the phone survey is antiquated, it's dumb, we need to move on. And
Well,
it's,
all of our surveys that we've done, which are highly accurate, are phone surveys. Now, we're only going to do, as I understand it, 100 for the phone survey, but that is generally to give us an idea of how accurate the online survey results are, because generally online surveys are self-selection, whereas we reach out and pull the sample from someone within the geographic area that we're trying to get a completed sample from, so that it is stratified within the township, whereas you can't guarantee that at all. You could have an overwhelming number of people completed an online survey in one part of the township, and it's unbalanced in some way, or they just answer the question differently than what we see in the telephone survey. And generally, I think it's a good idea to be able to compare the two. Now, 100 sample has a higher error rate than a larger survey of 200 or 300, but that at least gives you a sense of whether or not the online survey is respectively accurate in terms of what the opinions are, because generally telephone surveys are more accurate in our experience, and we've done telephone surveys for school districts, local governments, and statewide surveys for media clients, and no one else who does online surveys have been quite as accurate as those have been, unless they're doing like a national poll where they're doing 3,000 interviews online, and they're usually comparing it to how people responded to a telephone survey.
Mhm. So what you just said is consistent with what I've heard other firms that do this for a living say, that the randomness is the key part of the survey, that you are sampling a random number of people in a population. And that is valuable in the sense that if your people are self-selecting, as you said, by participating in an online survey, it's the folks that are involved in short-term rentals one way or the other, either have them or live across the street and oppose them, or they know somebody that they're motivated to respond for a reason that doesn't speak to the general population who may not be impacted at all by short-term rentals and maybe haven't even thought about it much. So
that you're absolutely correct, and quite often it's almost like who writes to their legislator. There are people that are either very, very supportive of their legislator or of a proposal, or very much against them. And you don't necessarily get the representation of the folks in the middle, whereas a telephone survey will get that, and we can then compare that generally, very generally, to what the responses are on the online survey. And everybody will participate in terms of the online survey.
So you do a
people
lot of voting surveys, correct, as well, where you're acting, a candidate, a statewide or local office who is running for something, and then you're able to tell, whether they're ahead or behind in the polls. And then when the election is held, you can determine how accurate your polling was. So
Yeah, in 2022, we were the closest pollster for our media clients of all of the pollsters, not only in Michigan. Glenn Gariff, which is a Michigan pollster, was a close second to us. We had Gretchen Whitmer winning by 11 percentage points, and that's what she ended up winning by, I think, 10.5 percentage points. And on 2 out of the 3 ballot proposals, we were to the percent right on the money, except the one that had attack ads against it. After we did the survey, that one had a little bit more opposition than what we had. And we were very close on the Attorney General and Secretary of State in terms of the 2022 election. And so I kind of swear by the telephone survey. It is more expensive than online or text surveys, but usually the text surveys and the online ones, unless you really have a database of people that you send messages to that participate, you are not going to be getting as accurate a measurement as what you get with telephone.
Mhm. So I contrast your experience with people who might have had experience with 1 or 2 surveys in the past.
Well, we've done thousands of them.
Yep. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
So one of the public comments was that if you call a household and they refuse, they don't want to say anything and they hang up, and you call another one and they do the same thing, and you call another one and they do the same thing. Are they self-selecting? That is the population self-selecting not to answer the survey, and will that skew your survey results?
We have a list of every sample point will have a list of several phone numbers to call, and they'll start with the first one, and it's all randomly selected for that particular interview. And so we're very accustomed to having only 10-15% of the people that we call respond to the survey. And so you automatically will have that, but that does not mean it's not going to be an accurate representation, because when we do a statewide survey, every section of the state is stratified, and we're going to get the specific numbers of males and females from each area. And that's one of the reasons why I was a little concerned about dropping the section about needing to have a balance in the survey, because I am concerned that you might end up with either too old a sample or too many of one gender or the other responding. And my guess would be probably too many women responding based on experience.
So we have a small populated township. Would that affect your ability to get 100 phone calls through on the survey?
Yeah, yeah. What was the question again?
We have a limited population of
2,000?
3,000, 3,500 people max if they're back from Florida, for the survey, for you to call. And would that limit your ability to get 100?
No, we have school districts that we've done surveys for where we've done 300. Sometimes if it's really small, a 200 sample. But we usually don't have a problem doing that, and we have random numbers that we can add for that. So we will not have a problem getting 100. We may have a problem getting like 300, but I can't see having a problem getting 100.
Any other questions for Bernie? Okay. All right, Bernie, thank you so much. I'll get in touch with Kelly later this week.
You're very welcome. Take care.
Thanks for sticking with
Bernie.
us.
No problem. Bye-bye.
Hi.
Okay, so we've gone around the table. Does anybody have any other comments about the questions? Any other things they'd like to see worked out? Okay. We have does anybody have new business? I have no new business.
No, I'll wait for discussion.
Okay.
You skipped a section.
Short-term rental.
Oh, the timeline update. Yep, that's in your packet. So when I created this, I didn't know yet when we were having the joint meeting with the board, but that's next week. So depending on how that goes, all the rest of the schedule could shift. But if that goes well, then the survey will go live in early June and will end in about 3.5 weeks. So by the end of June. And then we would have the survey report 3 to 4 weeks after the survey closes. So I'm looking at a second workshop based on the survey results in August. So that's where I am with that. Okay. Okay, now, there's no new business. Our next meeting is June. So we have a joint meeting, May 14th. Our next regular meeting is June 3rd. And then I will open up the floor to public comment again.
Can we?
Do you need a break?
No, do you want to consider moving the time up maybe to 6:30 or something if we're gonna, I'd rather start early than go this late.
For the June 3rd?
Yeah, I don't know how anybody else, because people who work.
Could add to that possibly on ordinance reviews and the bundles, maybe have a special meeting for those, and then our standard meetings do this. I don't know if anyone's opposed to that, but breaking it up would be very helpful.
We had done that and then we came back to including. But
I think everyone's kind of like ready to go to bed about now.
Hard to think straight.
It's hard to give our full attention to the matters after 10 o'clock.
Okay.
That they deserve.
Okay. So do we want to change the June meeting to 6:30? Is that what you're suggesting? The May 14th meeting is at 6:30.
I would rather start earlier than stay late for my personally, but that everybody else has a different schedule that they're working from.
Does that work for everyone? Sadie?
Yeah, I could do 6 or 6:30.
Okay, all right, so then it will become a special meeting, right? Unless we,
Tell the clerk, though, to be sure to change the schedule that's posted, if I remember right.
Would that work for you, Kay?
Yes, and you need a motion to do that. And Randy, you are correct. It then becomes a special meeting because
Yeah.
it's on the calendar as a 7
Yeah.
Right.
p.m.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
maybe
If
not.
I could just reiterate something I mentioned to you, Randy, that you said you didn't remember, but at the township board meeting, talking about changing the time for the joint meeting a little earlier, Wendy had indicated that public consensus interpretation is a non-preference about meeting time changes because they're all at different times. I'm just relaying that information.
okay,
So maybe we should keep it at 7, so we don't have to do a like special meeting posting and all that.
well, no, I mean, that's not a problem. I think if it
Well,
works better for
We
everybody.
just need to make sure that it's, because I think Wendy posts the meeting for the whole year. It says 7 o'clock, so she needs to repost that. So
Right.
that
Right,
If it's every month, then I think you need to do a change in your actual annual meeting schedule, and that's
Mhm.
by resolution.
Okay.
okay. Well, do we want to start with June or is this something that we're thinking we want to do year round?
Maybe talk about a little bit more in depth next meeting.
Earlier in the meeting? Okay,
Yeah.
all right, so, but let's take a vote then. Can I have a motion to change the June 3rd meeting from 7 PM to 6:30?
I'll make a motion to switch it.
Thanks,
Second
Scott.
it, Merchant.
is that just the one meeting or?
Just the one meeting.
meeting.
Right.
Yep. Do I need a roll call vote on that or is it okay to just do?
Voice vote's fine.
Okay.
Unless it becomes resolution.
Right. Okay, all right. All in favor changing our June 3rd meeting from 7 PM to 6:30 PM?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No, okay, it passes. I will let Wendy know. Okay, public comment. Would anybody like to speak?
You guys are all tired. None of our brains work this late. Feel bad for all of you. Thank you guys for tonight and thanks for working so hard on all this stuff. I for one appreciate it. I know that everybody else does too. Thank you guys for asking the right questions and having some good solid answers for us. And, I was at a township hall meeting last weekend and it was they called it I think it was called a forum or something, but everybody was, it was like a meeting just like this, except for we could talk to you and you could talk to us, and there was people talking to each other, and it was super, super awesome to see that work. And I don't know, like, hopefully someday we can figure out how to do that. It was not always organized and such, but it was an amazing thing to see. Like, why don't we do that? You could hash out half this stuff twice as fast and everybody, it's like making your team twice as big or whatever, but I just don't know, just an idea that I never seen before. I was like, this is so different than what we do. On the STR thing, the questions here, there's a question on here. I know these are just survey questions and it's going to end up being just for statistics so you guys can make educated decisions. I get that, but it's still just the same. It's wasting time and whatnot, questions that don't need to be there. Question number 39 says that, in order to enforce rules and restrictions on short-term rental, would you want the license to cover that administrative cost? And I feel like, I mean, anybody would think you don't need to ask that question. Of course, if they have, it just seems like an of course, and nobody would think otherwise. So it blows my mind that it's wasted a question on that. You know what I mean? Of
Really?
course. Of course. If you got to get a license, it's got to pay for the things that the license comes with or whatever. It just blows my mind that that's even a thing, but I'm not in the government, so I don't know how daft people could be. But that was the big one that bugged me when I was looking at this, and the rest is just statistics and whatnot. Thank you, guys, and have a good.
Thank you.
Just thinking back to the draft, the SDR ordinance from before.
I'll try to keep this short. Just one thing that helps in the PC previously, when we've needed to tackle more than we have too much on our plate. In the past, we've set a special meeting from 6 to 7 and tackled just one larger topic, and then started our regular meeting still at our normal time of 7 o'clock. So that gives you maybe one more tool in your arsenal. As to the survey, I do have, I'm not a fan of the survey, but I have at least one distinctive change that I'd like to see. Your question about where people live is not going to be an easy one for them to answer. Do you live north of 72 and east or west of Elk Lake? Simplify. Do you live north or south of M72? Do you live east or west of Cook Road? I think you might be, I think he's definitely underestimating how confusing that will be to ask people quadrant questions. Just simplify it, north, south, east, west. Couple quick notes through the tons of stuff that you guys have handled tonight. Denise, to your comment about the slab underneath dumpsters, rodents love concrete, they hate gravel because they can run fast over concrete so they don't get caught, and gravel actually slows them down. So gravel is a substance that is used to slow down rodents.
Good to know.
You guys have handled to everyone. I commend you. You've tackled a huge volume of work. I've been there. I know how hard it is. The comments that I made about existing verbiage, I want to be clear. Some of it I know is existing, and it's been a long time coming that it really needs to be addressed. I'm not in any way indicating that this is all stuff you guys put in. It's been bad, and it's been bad for a long time. And the public perception can be, when you're running it back through a zoning amendment, that you're okay with how bad it is. So I'd like to see some of those things cleaned up, or just drop it off the amendment. We used to adopt an entire article because we were trying to make it legal because we had no record of it ever being adopted. That was a very distinctive reason why we had to do an entire article, or we chose to do an entire article at a time. It's a trick. And I know, Randy, you said, well, the ordinance was in such horrible shape when I got here. You should have seen it when I got here.
Plenty trashy when I saw it.
It was plenty trashed when you first saw it, but go 5 years farther back than that. When I took over as chair, we started with the things that we knew for sure were illegal. And that's not exaggerating. That's not a joke. So we had ordinances that we knew and the ZA knew and everybody knew was illegal and was still on the books. So we came a long way. There's a long way to go yet. I definitely respect the questionable condition of our ordinance, and recodification was, I ran that up the board so many times and was shot down. So I was very glad to see it recodified and put into some semblance of organization that could be worked with. Thank you.
Thanks, Kim.
Michael, I want to address a couple comments you made, and I know I come across a little coarse sometimes, but this time limit thing irritates me. This comment Randy made about a conversation is how I think it should work. I don't know how to make that work, but I personally am blunt and direct, and sometimes that comes across not so well to people who don't know me. But I know some people in this room have heard me say this, so I apologize for repeating myself, but there's other people here who haven't. We have had boards and PCs that have operated shadily. Make the meetings go long on purpose so the people will leave so that they can conduct business without audience. And pass things quickly or incorrectly, even illegally, like she just told you. All those things have happened here. And I am a long time, lifelong, generational long resident of this community, and I know about those things. Through my time, through my mom's time, through my grandfather's time, and my great-grandfather's time. I know that stuff has happened here on multiple occasions with multiple boards and multiple PCs. So when I see stuff that reminds me of those things, I'm going to say something. Because I don't want to see it happen anymore. It's still, those kind of things still kind of come up, and it reminds me of those days, and I can't help but say something. So that's where some of those comments come from. Kim already said this, Randy, but I wanted to say the same thing. Part of the reason we bring up some of the verbiage in the ordinances because we know it's been there for a long time. And here we are again talking about those parts of the ordinance, and that same thing that's been needed to be changed for a long time still isn't being changed or addressed. So that's why we keep bringing it up. And it's not that we're always not accusing you guys of putting it in there. It's just that we know it's been there and needed to be addressed. We tried to address it and couldn't get anywhere with it. So we're just trying to make it come back to the surface and see if it can get handled. And Denise, I appreciate you making the comment about this late meeting thing. It drives home my point that I made early on in the first public comment. Over 4 hours, close to 4.5 hours. Everybody's brain kind of like gets ragged and wore out when these things go on this long. And I've been watching for over an hour. Almost everybody around this table has kind of got their droopy eyes and, just as tired as I am. So thank you for driving my point home. And about some of this stuff that was talked about during the public hearing, a couple comments I want to make is nobody who's buying a piece of commercial property on M72 wants their visibility taken away from them by having to have a mound out by the highway to hide their business. They bought that piece of property for visibility and access. And like even the shrubbery up against a building to help hide the foundation, that might work for some businesses, but in the food industry, restaurants and stores that sell food, in my personal opinion, I don't think that's a great idea. That gives the rodents a place to hide. We have two rodent control, pest control companies in this township. Maybe somebody should make a phone call to those guys and ask them how many accounts they have with businesses like that on rodent problems, because it is a problem. So, some of these things need to be thought through. I tried to operate a farm stand on 72, not in the area where you're talking about, farther east. But it was all about visibility. I don't want a berm hiding my business. I want to be seen. So I appreciate all the work that you do and your time and your effort. Thank you for listening to me.
Thanks, Mike. All right, what did I do? Agenda. PC discussion and comments?
I'll start. Bonnie Shaley is retiring as the county clerk. I'm sorry, Bonnie Shaley is retiring as the county clerk in June, and they're having a farewell retirement party for her, I believe June 18th. So all that she's done for our township, the county clerk's office, if anybody would like to say thank you or send a note, I'm sure she'd appreciate it.
Andy?
Just one point about the zoning update here, the way we're going about this. I know in the past they have updated a chapter at a time as though the chapter was a standalone document. It is not. It is, the zoning ordinance is one whole ordinance. And we will likely come back to the bed and breakfast issue. We spent our time organizing all the issues so we could get through them piece by piece. We will very likely come through and change bed and breakfast and other things in there in a later bundle here. So it is not, there was, in my opinion, some misunderstanding of how zoning ordinances work and how interrelated they are. And so the approach we're taking is proper and correct.
So it sounds to me then, since everything is kind of interrelated, that there's a good chance that something that we pass now, we're gonna have to come back and.
We didn't discuss bed and breakfasts. I mean,
Right.
when during our discussion, it was not a topic at the forefront. It was get this special use process cleaned up and clarified, and not the standards that relate to all. There's a bunch of that stuff in there that needs to be updated, but that's not, in my mind, a priority. I don't know how many bed and breakfasts we have in the township.
Right.
I mean, that's not it's an issue. We want to fix it,
Yeah.
but
No.
I don't. Anyway.
My point was just that since it's so interrelated, there's a chance that something that we've amended and passed.
We'll come
we
back
end
and
up
amend it
having to
again,
come back and
another part of it,
Okay.
because of the priority system that the planning commission voted on each one of all the issues or categories of issues. And we thought there was priorities, and the COPUD and the PUD and the condominium were priorities because they're bigger topics that have larger impact in the town, potentially larger impact in the township. So just
I would just say that I really appreciate the public's comment and their passion behind what we're considering, and I pledge that my involvement on this commission and anything that I do with this commission will be transparent and be in good faith and take the public's considerations in heavy consideration. And that doesn't mean I'll always agree. I will give you my opinions and they'll be them, but it'll be transparent and honest and in good faith. So I appreciate the public's comments, and that's how I'm going to carry on forward.
Great. Scott?
I appreciate the public comment regarding just like a 1 hour go-to meeting. Just punish it, get it over with, and
I think it still has to be run like a regular meeting
Correct.
though.
I would think it'd be a special meeting.
Be excited if we got one done in an hour. I'm just not seeing it happen.
Let's say 2.
What's the
Okay? Let's
secret?
say 2.
But,
Safe at 2.
and I love the forum idea too. I'd have to
Yeah,
look into
I
that.
do as well.
Rod, do you have anything?
It's been an interesting night. We've covered a lot. We've made progress. I think we're seeing that progress. I'm feeling it.
I agree with what everybody said, and I think that we have a lot on our plate, but also I think that the expectation that some progress finally gets made. So I think that we should be proud of ourselves that we're actually doing that, because we are. And I feel like this was one of our better meetings we've had in a while, where I feel like we were actually making moves. So it is a lot, but like we said earlier, we're addressing the big issues right now, and we're gonna find our little issues all along the way. But if it's a little more, what did we say earlier, a little more perfect than it was, that's all we can hope for. And so, yeah, I think we should be proud of ourselves. But I do think also that if we can go back to the 2 meetings a month, maybe to not be so late, maybe we would be more productive with like the gift Webster stuff and keep it separated, because I think that was a good plan that we originally had. So
Can't remember why we changed it.
I don't either.
Okay.
With a good reason at the time.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you all being here and sticking it out. And it is not our intent to try to get people to leave. I assure you, it's just our intent to try to work through things and make some progress. So if we go back to the 2 meetings a month, that's fine with me. We can discuss that.
Next time.
Yeah, at our next meeting. Okay. Continuing education. 3 of us are taking the citizen planner course right now in Alden and putting it to use immediately, right? Everything that we're learning. Anybody else have anything on education? Okay, can I have a motion? Yes.
Purpose of the minutes, do you want to indicate who is participating?
Scott, Sadie, and myself.
Thank you.
All right, can I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn. Trumbull.
Second?
All of us a second thing.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No.